Good afternoon and welcome to bill hearings to the House Health and Government Operations Committee. I'm your chairman, Jocelyn Pena-Melnick, joined by my vice chair, Bonnie Collison. I want to first say I apologize that you have to wait a while. We just got off the floor almost close to 1. So that's going to happen, especially as we approach crossover. So my apologies to you. I hope that at least you went and got something to eat. This is our first session back in person since 2020, so I ask for your patience if we encounter any technical and streaming issues, and it will happen, so just be patient. Please set your electronic devices to vibrate and don't hold conversations in the committee room while testimony is happening. Be kind and go outside, okay? As a reminder, there's no food or drink allowed in the gallery because what happens at the end of the day is the staff has to clean the gallery, and that's not right, okay? That's not their job. So I thank you for being kind. We're going to hear from the bill sponsor and the bill sponsors panel, followed by an all in-person witness. So it will go, the witnesses will go this way: favorable, favorable with amendment, and unfavorable. Then we go to the virtual witnesses, and it's the same order. The bill sponsor testimony in this committee is not limited. However, don't take more than 5 minutes if you can help it, while all witnesses will have 2 minutes to provide testimony. A timer is displayed on the screen, and a sound will be played once your time has expired. I will give you a minute to wrap out your thoughts, okay? We'll be respectful that you need a few more minutes. Please adhere to our usual committee rules of 1 question, and this is for my wonderful, amazing committee. 1 question and 1 answer from the panel, okay? Not 1 question and 1 answer from each witness, because we'll be here all night. Please keep your questions brief. Only 1 witness will be allowed to respond to the question, so the sponsor, please decide who's the best person on your panel to answer that question. Members and witnesses will have an opportunity to engage in further discussion about the bill during subcommittee sessions. So here we do, I would say 99% of our work in subcommittee, and we invite everyone, whether you're for it or against it, to the subcommittee, so don't feel that because we didn't ask a lot of questions, we don't care. It's going to go to subcommittee. Members of the public will be able to view the live stream of this hearing on the Maryland General Assembly website and YouTube. Today we will hear the bills in the following order. First, we'll have House Bill 1176, followed by 817, followed by 1159, followed by 1144, followed by 711, 1141, 1156, 962, 1051, 1189, 871, 1034, 1068, 1060, and then the last bill of the day will be 1160. However, I have the discretion to change that order if something comes up, okay? That's my little disclaimer. So let's get started with the wonderful chairwoman from Ways and Means, Delegate Arterberry, voluntary 911 registry for individuals needing special assistance. And you can actually come out with Rachel London, Andy Culp, Elizabeth Benitez, and Bill Shepbrown, which are your panel. Thank you, everyone, for your patience, and good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Chairwoman, how are you?
I'm fantastic. I'm very happy to be here. Thank you, Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair, and committee. This is my first time in 8 years ever being in front of this committee, so I'm very happy to be here. And Bill, Madam Chair, on our panel was unable to be here today, but the rest of my panel is here.
Thank you.
I will be brief. I will not take the 5 minutes. I think this piece of legislation speaks for itself. It creates a 911 registry program. The idea came to me, one, out of the work, if you were here, I did on police reform. I was very, very concerned about individuals with special needs and their interactions with the police. And I won't get into the myriad of ways that we can address that, but this is one way to address it. And Howard County already does this, and so that's quite frankly where I got the idea from. Brought the bill, I think last session. It wasn't ready for prime time. Worked with my panel, who I have to say thank you to. And this is the product that we came up with. And I have, Madam Chair, the panel has some what I consider friendly amendments to the legislation that they will talk about. But essentially, it requires that each local jurisdiction create this program that legal guardians, parents, and whatnot can register and let the, essentially, police know and the 911 know that these individuals exhibit certain behaviors. And the bottom line is that so that if there's any interaction with the police, hopefully if they're going into a house or an apartment building or some other location, that they will know that about an individual in the house or wherever they're entering, and it will not end up in a tragic situation, which has unfortunately happened here in the state of Maryland. So that's the bill, and I will turn it over to my panel. Thank you very much, and I will ask for your favorable report.
Thank you very much. Next,
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair, and members of the committee. My name is Andy Culp, and I'm the Executive Director of the ARC Maryland. You have our written testimony in front of you, so I just want to highlight a few things. One thing is that we were a member of the work group that met several times over the summer to discuss ways to improve interactions between first responders and people with disabilities. The group members consisted of professional disability advocates, parents, people with disabilities, and first responders. The creation of a statewide voluntary 911 registry for people with special needs, so expanding beyond just disability, was one of the solutions that the group explored in depth. This bill would establish the voluntary 911 Special Needs Registry Program to alert first responders of certain behaviors, diagnoses, or traits that a person wants to self-disclose that they may present during encounters with first responders. Howard County currently has the 911 Registry Program, as the delegate said, and they've had it for about 10 years. Cecil, Charles, and Calvert County also have 911 Special Needs Registry programs, so it's nothing new to the state of Maryland, but this bill would establish a program statewide. Some facts about the registry: people can choose to use it or not to use it. Only adults, including people with IDD, their parents if they are minor children, or their guardians can enter information about the person into the voluntary registry. The bill requires local counties and jurisdictions to contact registry participants annually, and this is important because it helps ensure that information is up to date. The person's name and information gets removed from the registry if the person doesn't respond to the annual call for updates, and this is important also so that the registry stays current. The program can be cost neutral. In Howard County, they absorbed it into their normal operations, and that's how they handle it there, but it would be left up to each individual county how they wanted to handle this. And information can be removed from the person or their parent or guardian at any time. Thank you, and I hope for your favorable report.
Thank you for your testimony. Who will be next?
I'll be next. Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair, members of the committee. I'm Rachel London, the Executive Director of the Maryland Developmental Disabilities Council. A couple of things to point out, and then I'm going to go over the amendments that Madam Chair mentioned. First, we know this bill doesn't fix all of the issues and concerns, including the fact that more training is needed for police and first responders, that it's merely trying to provide another tool for people to use. That being said, the council and I know my colleagues remain committed to figuring out the other issues and concerns as well. The intent of the work group Andy mentioned was really a first step to solve all of those issues. And I do want to mention, speaking of the work group, that Officer Chevront from Howard County did participate, that provided a lot of suggestions based on Howard County's program to make this statewide program even better. But after further discussion with fellow advocates, some of whom were on that work group, the sponsor did agree to further amendments that you heard have been submitted and will be heading to you, but I want to go over them. The first is removing with special needs from throughout the bill. And we really wanted to make sure it would just refer to individuals, that we're not limiting the use of the program to people with disabilities, so using individuals just as broader. Also, changing language in the section about diagnoses in two ways. We're going to use blind or low vision instead of what it says, and use deaf and hard of hearing instead of what it says. And then finally, we'll agree to explicitly exclude public guardians from those people that can register someone in the program. I'd be happy to answer any questions, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Your timing was perfect. See if you can follow that.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair,
Good
Madam
afternoon.
Vice Chair, and members of the committee. I'm Beth Benavides, a disability advocate, parent, and director of the Hussman Institute for Autism. I fully support this bill. My son is autistic, limited in speaking, slow in processing, prone to anxiety, and at times may use negative behavior to communicate. In an emergency, he has no way to tell a first responder any of this. He has no way to tell a first responder that he's scared, unaware of danger, or that he doesn't understand why he must stay outside of a burning home. He has no way to describe the pain he feels when he's having a migraine, or why he's overwhelmed by sirens. This registry, which exists in Howard County, provides me with the peace of mind that a first responder will know all of this before arriving at my home or at an emergency situation involving my son. For any one of us, the more we know, the better prepared we are to help. The registry benefits many groups. It's there for people with autism, intellectual and developmental disabilities, and also people who are affected by dementia, a mental health issue, a physical disability, or any other condition that might heighten an emergency situation. First responders arriving with advanced information are more equipped to bring calm when everything else is in disarray. Training is critical, yes, and person-specific information is crucial as well. When the dispatcher types in my son's name or our address, my voice can be heard through my written words. Autistic, limited verbal, unaware of danger, experiences migraine, may need Motrin, approach calmly and maintain a safe distance, turn off lights and sirens, no demands, usually last no more than 20 minutes. We decide what goes in the registry, how much, how little, and for how long. The registry has the potential to save lives. It equips first responders with information on how best to help. Howard County's voluntary registry for people with disabilities has been in place for more than a decade. I respectfully ask for your support in offering the same peace of mind in all counties across Maryland.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony, and I want to thank you on behalf of the committee for, in your time was even better. Thank you. I want to thank you on behalf of the committee for sharing your son's experience. It really matters, and we appreciate it, okay, and for coming. I'm going to open it up now for questions. The first question I have is Delegate Lewis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Chair Atterbury, for bringing this bill and continuing the work of reforming the way we handle handle issues in this space. I was curious, a letter from an organization called People on the Go, a disability rights group, expressed some concerns, support with some questions. And one of them I'm curious about is the question of privacy and how a person's data that is submitted to the registry would be protected. And it's something that we care a lot about. So I wondered what the approach was here. Thank you.
So who's the best person to answer that question?
Yeah, well, Dr.
Thank you.
Beth might.
Thank you for the question. I'm happy to answer that. So we have done a lot of work with Howard County and the officer and have been told that information remains solely in that 911.
The CAD.
The CAD, thank you. I couldn't remember the name.
Computerized
And
aided dispatch.
That the 911 call center or whatever the jurisdiction uses and cannot be accessed in any other way. So believe with that information and the fact that it is voluntary, completely voluntary, you don't have to put in information you don't want anyone to know, that we have put in the safeguards needed to protect privacy.
Thank you. The next person will be Delegate Gazzoni, followed by Johnson, then Taveras.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
pleasure.
And thanks very much to my good colleague, Chair Atterbury, for bringing this to us, and the excellent panel as well. I'm very sorry Bill couldn't be here. I actually know Bill, and I'm sure that he could answer this question that I have, but I'm hoping Beth may be able to answer it as well. Can you share or think of any examples where this 911 registry, and I'm specifically in Howard County, has helped people and/or the first responders?
There are many, many examples that I know of. As a former president of the Howard County Autism Society, I'm aware of many families that have benefited from the program. There are incidences such as a mother and her child at the community center. He had a crisis. He was in a crisis. She asked the lifeguard to call 911. She was not able to get to a phone to do that because she was busy attending to him near a pool. First responders were called. The information was relayed to them by dispatch. All the information that she had previously provided, that this was her son, his age, his disability, that he often had meltdowns, that there were certain words not to use that could be triggers, and that there was a topic that would always calm him down, and that was their family boat. The officers knew this on the way there. That little bit of critical information that was passed along, in addition to all the other things about her son, that he was limited in his verbal response, that he might not understand their commands, was all relayed. And they were able to get there and buy time by connecting with him through those words that she had provided in advance in order to get him to a safer place and de-escalate the situation. That's just one of many, many examples.
Next, we have Delegate Johnson, followed by Taveras.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I really like this bill, and Delegate Zizzoni asked my question. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, Delegate Taveras.
Thank you. Post Hurricane Katrina, during catastrophic disasters, we were supposed to be working with FEMA to highlight those areas of that was in need of high level of protection, and take in data such as this to identify individuals within each community through the CERT teams that needed to be, to have a first response to take these. And I'm not sure where the breakdown occurred, where it hasn't happened over the years as we have maybe not been properly. Is it that we're not properly preparing for catastrophic disasters, or and the fact that, so I'm like really not understanding where the data breakdown is, where we don't already have this information and it's not already being captured, because I thought at one point we were capturing this information at every jurisdiction level.
Who's the best person to answer that question?
Yeah.
I will try and answer that question. So Maryland has actually done a really excellent job in their emergency preparedness. In fact, the Department of Disabilities has someone specifically working on that. The council has partnered with a variety of people to make sure that people with disabilities are educated about that, and local jurisdictions are as well. I would say we've even worked at the national level to make sure. I would say that the biggest difference is they really are focused on those huge natural disasters and other big emergencies. And in fact, you're absolutely right. This all started after Katrina. And that I don't want to say smaller, I don't want to diminish it, but the 911 calls that someone makes from your home are separate systems, and we want them to be for the reasons that we mentioned before, and we answered Delegate Lewis's question. And so Maryland knows and is working on it, but they are really purposefully sort of two different paths forward.
Thank you. Delegate Vice Chair Collison.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you. This is an innovative way to address a very challenging issue. I'm just wondering, how do we guard against someone giving information on someone else who doesn't have permission to give that information? So, an adult child with special needs who, and I'm thinking of folks with emotional, behavioral health issues, and, the parents may want to call 911 and to register, and that person may not have wanted that. So is there a way to guard against that, or how does it work?
I got it. Thank you for the question. I think there's one very explicit way that we're guarding against it in the legislation, which requires certification and attesting to that you are either the person themselves, the parent or guardian of a minor, or the guardian of an adult. I think that's one small way, right? We can't make sure all of the bad apples don't do something we don't want them to do. But I would say that there's a big piece of this for, all of us, the advocacy community, working together to educate people and to work with other organizations to make sure everyone's aware that they have this option. They don't have to take it. and they, should monitor it. The second piece in the legislation is that it has to, the local 911 center or whomever does it in the jurisdiction has to call once a year to make sure they want to be on that registry, remain on that registry. And if they don't hear anything from that person, then they will be removed. So I think there's a couple protections, and I think we all have to do education.
Thank you very much. Are there any other questions for this panel? Seeing none, thank you so much for your time. We really appreciate it.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
My pleasure, thank you. Next, we have Melissa Rosenberg and Christine Crone. And then we have one virtual witness. Will you please let the virtual witness in? Yeah. Thank you. Good afternoon, how are you?
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, members of the Health and Government Operations Committee and Chairwoman and Vice Chair. My name is Christine Crone, and I'm here on behalf of the Maryland Clinical Social Work Coalition, which is sponsored by the Greater Washington Society for Clinical Social Work, and it represents the interests of more than 9,300 licensed clinical social workers in Maryland. House Bill 1176 establishes the 911 registry program where parents and caregivers can voluntarily register an individual who may exhibit certain behaviors. The Maryland Clinical Social Work Coalition views House Bill 1176 as a great tool for first responders. It enables first responders to take an informed approach when responding to an emergency. Imagine a dispatcher informs responders that the call is coming from a registry participant who is sensitive to loud noise. The first responders may then decide to turn off their sirens as they approach the address. Having knowledge like this gives first responders the knowledge to help de-escalate an already heightened situation. House Bill 1776 would improve first responder safety, give caregivers peace of mind, and promote community safety. And for these reasons, we urge a favorable report.
Thank you for your testimony. Next, please.
Thank you. Chairwoman Pena-Melnick and committee, thank you for having us here today. I'm Melissa Rosenberg. I'm the Executive Director of the Howard County Autism Society, and we're here in support of HB 1176. The intent of the bill, we believe, is a voice otherwise not heard in an emergency situation. We know it doesn't replace training of first responders, which is so critical, but we believe a 911 registry complements it. And as you heard from the last panel, Howard County was one of the first to set up a 911 flagging program. It's been around for over a decade. The Autism Society regularly shares with our community about the voluntary registry, which can offer peace of mind to families and adults. And I wanted to mention that we do have several of our adult self-advocates who register themselves. Others choose not to. Again, that voluntary piece, I think, is important. I wanted to share just a few stories during my tenure where the 911 registry has been so helpful. Obviously, the repeated partnerships of the police department, the Autism Society, often the school system, working together to safely bring a child or young person home. We had once a non-speaking child who was found wandering in downtown Columbia, who was reunited with her family within 30 minutes. Another child found wandering near a small pond, intercepted and safely returned home. And one afternoon, an older teen went missing for several hours. We were able to connect with through the 911 registry and his family. He was found at the local Walmart, and everything was, he was again brought safely home. So those are just a few examples of situations that we've personally experienced, and we urge you to support HB 1176. Thank you.
Thank you for sharing your experiences. Are there questions for this panel? I have Delegate Kaiser.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I may have missed this before, so I apologize. On page 2, where it lists all the things that someone might exhibit certain behaviors or certain traits, I just was curious, is the bill specifying that it's all spelled out when the emergency person's coming, or it would be coded? Is that spelled out, you know, like, and I'm just making sure that, like, is it slowing someone down, or do they know they're going to Ann Kaiser's house and she has X And like, is that really clear and easy to see as you all are imagining this to be? Because I'm just making sure that it's user-friendly as they're coming over to your house.
As far as I understand, yes, and the family or the individual could, include whatever pertinent information they would like to include.
May I add?
Actually, no, we only allow one answer,
Oh, sorry.
because otherwise we'll be here all day. But the delegate can actually step aside when this is done and talk to you, okay? Okay. Thank you. Are there any other questions for this panel? Seeing none, thank you so much for being with us
Thank
today.
you
We
very much.
appreciate it.
Thank you.
Next, we have Anthony Sabordino, and he's virtual. Good afternoon, sir. Will you be so kind and unmute yourself?
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and committee. My name is Tony Zampardino. I'm presenting on behalf of the ARC and the Maryland Disability Council and MAX as a group. Last summer, we spent a great deal of time working with parents, advocates, and first responders and looking at the 911 registry. And much of this bill is a compilation of the work that was done there to really protect those in the disability community and give the first responders an additional tool when responding to incidences which they'll be engaged with individuals with IDD. The information itself is voluntary, so you have to sign up. When you decide you no longer want to be on the registry, you can take yourself off. The information itself is safeguarded within the computer-aided dispatch system. So we believe the dispatchers will have enough information to help the first responders to respond. Again, the important components that we like each of the committee members to look at is that it's voluntary. Only adults with IDD and their parents can sign them up. Let's see. There's bills like this in Howard County and in Charles County. A person can remove their name from the registry if someone does not respond to the annual call for updates. And it does not replace the continued training of police and their interactions with people with disabilities. So really, this is just a helpful tool for those first responders. Thank you.
Thank you for being with us and for making time. Are there any questions for this witness? Seeing none, thank you for being with us today. This
right.
actually concludes our pleasure. The bill hearing on House Bill 1176. Thank you for being with us, Chairwoman. Next, we're going to go on to House Bill 817, Delegate Rosenberg, State Government Regulations Procedures in the Maryland Register. With Delegate Rosenberg, we have actually Eugene Carter and Kelvin Lucas from DLS, but they're only here for questions. Georgina, sorry. Is it Georgine? Georgianne. Thank you for correcting me, Georgianne. And I love the spelling of it.
Thank you.
So go ahead, Delegate.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the committee. Delegate Rosenberg here on House Bill 817. This bill deals with the delicate process of review of administrative regulations by the legislature. As this committee well knows, we often leave certain decision-making and almost all the time implementation of the laws we pass to the bureaucracy, to the agencies. But there is a review process of that regulation when they're submitted, when they're proposed, but a review process that has to strike a delicate balance because of the separation of powers. There's even been litigation over this several decades ago as to what the legislature's authority is in this process, so that what that means is our approval is needed for an emergency regulation. And a majority of the members of the ALR committee, standing committee of both houses, is needed to adopt a regulation on an emergency basis. But our approval is not needed for a regulation that is adopted after a longer review process and is permanent, as is the emergency regulation. So one of the things that this bill does is require that if we have concerns about the regulation and it has not been submitted as an emergency regulation, we ask the department to put a hold on the regulation so that we can continue the discussions between our branch of government and the executive branch. So one of the things that this bill does is extend the time period during which the hold is in effect from 30 days to 60 days. And I would add that the immediate impetus for this bill is the fact that there were computer problems. And towards the end of the last calendar year, there were problems with, and the DLS staff knows the particulars better than I, there were problems literally with submission of regulations to begin the process, so that we weren't aware whether or not regulations, is my best recollection, whether regulations had been submitted. So in response to that, shall we call it a snafu, something that the founders could never have envisioned when they set up the separation of powers, we're here today to seek certain changes that we think make sense for the long run for this process. That would include, in addition to the 30-day period for a hold becoming a 60-day period, requiring resubmission of any change made to a regulation that's through this negotiating process, again, so that the public at large has full access to this process. And then the final point that I would mention is that the bill would require that the last 15 editions, if you will, of the Maryland Register, where these regulations are made available to the public, be online and accessible free of charge to the public. It's currently only 3. So that, I think, is the basic outline of what we would do. And as is the case with the running of the ALR committee, I'm very dependent upon the DLS staff for that. And with us today, as the chair pointed out, are Georgianne Carter and Kelvin Lucas to answer any questions that any of you might have. So for all those reasons, I would urge favorable action by the committee on House Bill 817. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions for the sponsor and his panel? Seeing none, I want to thank you both for coming from DLS. You are unsung heroes. You do a lot of the work for us. So thank you very much for being here with us. And actually, we have one favorable with amendment witness. Hi, how are you, Michael? Great to see you in your new role.
Hi.
Why don't
Hello,
you?
Madam Chair. It's great to be with you, Michael Laurie, Deputy Secretary of State. And we're here because DSD, the Department of State Documents, was listed as the agency that would do the report. And we just have a minor amendment suggestion that actually do the report in consultation with us and AELR, because they actually contracted with the vendor that set up the ELF system. And as was said, it's live and running, and there still are some malfunctions. It doesn't have the breadth of the original system, and we're working diligently since day one to get this under control, but we don't really have any leverage over the vendor, so we really think DO-IT needs to be involved in the report. Otherwise, we think it's a great bill. AELR is essential to this process and was kind of left out of the design of ELF 2.0. So I'm happy to answer any questions. The 15 free register copies is a great idea. I know the Moore administration wants to have more transparency in government, and there are only about 200 subscribers currently. It was designed as a special fund when there were upwards of 7,000 subscribers. So we really just need to account for the revenue shortfall, which is only $39,000 a year, but really our agency was designed for much more revenue to come in through that special fund. So we're hoping that can be included in a supplemental budget. So I'll take any questions, but that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. And say hello to the secretary. Are there any questions for Mr. Lohr? Seeing none, thank you for being with us today. We appreciate it. This actually concludes the bill hearing on House Bill 817. Next, we're going to go on to House Bill 1159, Delegate Collison, State Board of Dental Examiners, University of Maryland School of Dentistry faculty qualifying for examination. Delegate Collison, will you be so kind and bring your panel?
I think they found their way here, Madam Chair.
They're ready.
They are ready.
You trained them
Pull
well.
up one of the chairs. Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the committee, for the opportunity to present HB 1159 to you. Really, we're just extending an opportunity to members of the faculty of the University of Maryland Medical School who right now, because we don't have it in statute, cannot actually practice outside of the school, even though they have the appropriate training and certification that would be required for them to be licensed outside of the school. As you know, that School of Dentistry is one of the premier schools in the country. And that means that we seek people, educators, to work in that school from internationally, not just nationally, but internationally, which means we have, folks who have been internationally trained and have worked previously as dentists who are in our schools, and we want them to be able to practice to their, outside of the school itself. We did this for the specialty dentists back, I think it was in 2018, but we neglected to include the general dentists, the guys who do, all the basic stuff. And so this bill just corrects that omission that we had. I want to be really clear, we are not in any way diminishing the standards that we have for those who practice dentistry in the state of Maryland. They would only be able to apply for a license if they if they have all of the education, training, experience, and they are certified by the American Board of General Dentistry. So we're maintaining that high level of standard. And with that, I ask for your kind consideration and a favorable report, and I'll turn it over to the panel.
Who would like to be next? Thank you, Delegate.
I can go next. Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the committee. Charles Storing, general dentist in Rockville, Maryland. So happy to be back in front of you again. I wear many hats. I'm with the Maryland State Dental Association, general practitioner. I was on the Oral Health Care Task Force Committee that gave the report in December. And I'm also a past president and executive director of the Maryland Academy of General Dentistry. Really thankful to Delegate Collison for sponsoring House Bill 1159. And I also teach in the dean's faculty at the dental school. The dental school, we have a inclusion and diversity dean at the school, Dr. Fleming, and the school, in my written report, you'll see some statistics of the incoming freshman class. I'm just so excited about the diversity. We're all about equity and inclusion, and that is with our faculty, with our students, and that relates back to our patients as well. So with all that being said, I ask for a favorable report on House Bill 1159. Thank you.
And I want to just take a minute to thank you for your advocacy in meeting every Friday afternoon and making the time. I appreciate it. Who's next?
I'm happy to do it.
Me, thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair, committee members, delegates, Delegate Collison. My name is Dr. Kudal Kabezi. I'm speaking in support of House Bill 1159. I'm a clinical assistant professor at the University of Maryland School of Dentistry, where I currently serve as the program director for the Advanced Education General Dentistry residency since 2017. I was recruited internationally for this position due to my enhanced training in the field of general dentistry and my experience in academia. In 2017, a bill was passed here in Maryland allowing my internationally trained specialist colleagues who trained in the United States and then served as full-time faculty at the University of Maryland to be eligible for the license exam in the state of Maryland.
This bill is essential for positioning the School of Dentistry to remain competitive in recruiting internationally trained general dentists. Nationally, academic dentistry is facing its largest shortage of dental educators in the last 20 years, specifically in the discipline of general dentistry. Internationally trained dentists are well qualified to support the demands of education and serve the Maryland public with their expertise. Licensed general dentistry faculty will be able to provide dental care to participants of the Maryland Healthy Smiles Dental Program and join the national organizations such as the American Dental Association, playing an important role in supporting and advancing the health and education of the public in the state of Maryland. Thank you for the opportunity to express my beliefs, and I hope you will vote in favor of House Bill 1159. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Next, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the committee. I'm Dan Doherty. I am here representing the MSDA. I thank Bonnie Collison for sponsoring the bill. I'm going to say me too and ask for a favorable report.
We love that.
And Madam Chair, I would just point out that everyone has a little green button at their desks, I believe, that says dental care can't wait. I wear mine proudly because I really believe that.
Yeah, thank you. I wore mine yesterday. Yeah. So are there any questions for the Vice Chair? Seeing none, thank you so much for your work and your testimony today. And this actually concludes the testimony on House Bill 1159. Next, we're going, Delegate Acevedo had to go vote on one bill, so I'm going to go on to House Bill 711. Is the delegate here, Delegate Holmesberger? Oh, we don't have, Delegate Kaiser, can I call your House Bill 1051, please? Because I don't see, actually, yeah, 1051. Thank you. And I see in the gallery, former Senator Gloria Lola. I want to welcome you to our committee. Can you get up? And she's an amazing woman. And today is International Women's Day. She is a trailblazer, and many of us follow her steps. Welcome. Delegate Kaiser.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
I do have one person on my panel. I believe he's virtual, Patrick Hughes from the Office of the Attorney General's Office.
We're going to let him in.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, and thank you all for listening to this bill today. I originally had 4 bills today, now only 3, but I didn't need to buy any pizza because fortunately I had no more than 4 people testifying on each bill. So
It's
grateful.
okay. Delegate Morgan is going to get us pizza soon. Go ahead.
And, Madam Chair and members, pleased to come before you today on House Bill 1051 about the Public Information Act and decisions of the State Public Information Act Compliance Board appeals. This bill just clarifies that once a decision has gone to the Compliance Board, it can be, and when it's appealed to the Circuit Court, that a losing party in Circuit Court can further appeal that decision to Maryland's appellate courts. This is already the case with most quasi-adjudicative decisions by state administrative agencies, but it's not clear whether it applies to the PIA Compliance Board. We believe it's important to make this clarification, and now that the Compliance Board has expanded jurisdiction, there's some potential confusion. So the challenge is that under current law, it's unclear whether the losing party in Circuit Court is able to appeal to Maryland's appellate courts. Patrick Hughes, who's here from the Office of the Attorney General's Office, can also explain some of the clarifying amendments that we have, and please direct all the questions to Patrick. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Hughes.
Hi, Madam Chair, members of the committee. Delegate Kaiser, thank you so much. My name is Patrick Hughes. I'm the Chief Counsel for Opinions and Advice with the Maryland Office of the Attorney General, and the PIA is part of my portfolio with the AG's office. As Delegate Kaiser explained, the bill seeks to correct what appears to have been an oversight when the PIA Compliance Board was first created, and clarifies that after a Compliance Board decision is appealed to Circuit Court, it can then be further appealed to Maryland's appellate courts. This is already the case for similar types of state administrative agency decisions. Under the Administrative Procedure Act, but the APA doesn't apply to the PIA compliance board's decisions, which creates the confusion here. The bill basically borrows language from the APA, puts it into the PIA to make clear the appellate courts will be able to serve as the final word in these types of cases. And in our view, it's important for the appellate courts to be available as the final word for two reasons. One is that the legal issues that arise under the PIA are just as important as the ones that arise in Administrative Procedure Act cases. And so they're important enough, we should want the appellate courts to have the final word. And then second, in the absence of any appellate review, circuit court judges around the state might come to different conclusions on similar legal issues that arise out of PIA compliance board decisions, because circuit court judges in Maryland aren't required to follow each other's decisions. They only have to follow appellate court decisions. That's going to be a problem because custodians and requesters too from around the state aren't going to be sure what the right way to interpret those PIA provisions would be. And as the sponsor mentioned, the PI Compliance Board recently got expanded jurisdiction. This hasn't arisen yet as a problem, but we anticipate now that it has expanded jurisdiction that this is going to become an issue that we'd like to see clarified before it becomes a problem. And if I can just spend a minute to talk about the amendments Delegate Kaiser was talking about, the public.
Go ahead, it's okay.
The Public Information Act Ombudsman, or the Public Access Ombudsman, who's appointed by the AG but separate from the AG's office, had recommended one additional clarification in the same spirit as this one be added to the bill, which is that there's one circumstance under the PI Compliance Board's jurisdiction where the custodian, the government agency, can be the complainant going to the compliance board to complain about something. In all other instances, it's usually the PIA applicant, the requester, who's complaining. But right now, the law as written says that an appeal from the compliance board to circuit court can be made by the complainant or the custodian. It doesn't mention the PI requester. Usually the PI requester is the complainant, so it's not a problem. But for one very narrow category of cases where the where the custodian is actually the complainant, it leaves the applicant out. So I believe that the suggested amendment is to add applicant in to the provision about who can appeal the PI Compliance Board decision to circuit court to cover all the bases, basically. So happy to answer any questions.
Are there any questions for this witness? We have Delegate Kipke.
Thank you.
My pleasure.
Not for Delegate Kaiser, but for Patrick. So am I understanding this correctly? If I were denied access to documents of the state government, I cannot appeal that to the circuit court currently, and this would allow me to? Or the appellate courts, I mean?
No, so so there are multiple tracks, I should say, for someone. If they ask for documents from the government says, no, that document is protected from disclosure, it's confidential under the PIA. There are two different tracks. One is that the individual can go straight to circuit court, file an original action in circuit court. This bill doesn't change anything about that. That's one process. The other process is that individual can first go to the Public Access Ombudsman to try and mediate. If the Ombudsman is unable to successfully mediate, they can then go to the Public Information Act Compliance Board to get a decision from the Compliance Board. If the Compliance Board rules against them, they can go to circuit court for an appeal. The question just is, can the losing party in circuit court then appeal to the court, the Appellate Court of Maryland, as it's now called? That's the main problem the bill is trying to solve. The amendments I was talking about, which may have been part of the confusion, is there's a really limited situation where the custodian can be the one that goes to the ombudsman and then the compliance board, and that's when the requester has made bad faith, vexatious requests, and the custodian can say, please, compliance board, don't make us respond to this requester who's submitting these vexatious requests. And that's the circumstance that the new amendments I was talking about are trying to deal with, where in that circumstance, it appears that if the compliance board says, yes, this requester is vexatious, agency, you don't have to respond, it appears that the requester might not be able to appeal that to circuit court under the law as it currently stands, which I think was likely an oversight.
Thank you. That was the answer I needed. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you very much for being with us. We appreciate it. You're welcome. We do have Rebecca Snyder. Is Rebecca Snyder here? I don't see Rebecca Snyder, which basically means that this concludes the bill hearing on House Bill 1051. Thank you, Delegate Kaiser. Next, we have Delegate Holmberger, House Bill 711, Social Networks Public Service Announcement and 911 Trust Fund Requirement. Delegate, will you be so kind? Actually, you don't have a panel, so wonderful. Good afternoon. How are you?
Thank you, Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair. For the record, Delegate Kevin Hornberger here on HB 711, which also rhymes with Kevin. Okay. This is an incredibly novel approach to create hundreds of millions of dollars for our first responders with no cost incurred by our constituents. For the record, it is a fee bill. However, none of the users of said platforms will be generating those fees. Those fees will come from social media companies, which we all know generate billions and billions and billions of dollars virtually tax-free in our state every year. So, a little bit of background. What is the 911 Trust Fund? Early on, it was determined when telephones were the only mode of communication that a fee should be assessed for land-based users that would cover the cost of administering 911 over telephone lines. As technology went forward, you had other cohorts be added into the fund. Those included things like cell phones. The divide, and where I believe this bill comes in, is when the fee started to be addressed to VoIP, which is voice over IP. Some of my more technical savvy members are familiar with this, looking over there. And in my opinion, as well as bill draftings, when that when that gap was crossed, it allowed us to seek funds from other web-based communication platforms, such as social media. Many of you are users of Facebook, for example, which is probably the most ubiquitous. As you know, there is a messenger app that is embedded and you can opt in to use on Facebook. Currently, if all you had was Facebook Messenger, you could not communicate with your 911 provider because there's special software that has to be implemented to receive those messages in a way that allows for geolocating and determining where you are when you make that emergency contact. The only reason that our 911 call centers are not capturing this or allowing it is because they don't have the money to implement that software. There are some jurisdictions in the country that are using it, but at great expense. This fee would be totally incurred by the social media companies. It would, if you read the fiscal note, which they did an incredible job, it would generate hundreds of millions of dollars, and it would pave the way for true next-gen 911, whereas you could communicate with the 911 provider on any method that you had accessibility to. So as I said, it paves the way for next-gen 911, and it funds our first responders. The way that the cut works is that the first 5% of income is administered and audited by the comptroller. The remaining amount of funds are then remitted 25% to the state and 75% to our local jurisdictions, whereas they can utilize that money for a bevy of things related to first responders. So again, no cost to our constituents, hits the social media companies hard, and funds the things that we critically need. So with that, I'll take any questions and ask move favorable. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Delegate Shaleka?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Welcome to the committee.
Thanks.
Just a little surprised this isn't in your committee, Ways and Means. But
Yep.
do you not think this fee will be passed down to users?
So currently, the model is that all of these social media platforms are at no cost. And if you read in the fiscal note, I've only assigned it to social media companies that have an excess of 500,000 users. So it's my belief that those players that are in this state will not withdraw from the market if they are 500,000 users or above, because of the revenue that's being generated from personal data, advertising, and in some cases, constant access to the platform. So I believe that there will be no cost incurred by the consumer.
So the reason why the bill is here, usually the 911 bills come here.
Correct.
Yeah.
Yep.
Delegate Hill.
Thank you very much for this bill. I'm just double checking. We passed legislation last year that where we debated back and forth how to make sure that every jurisdiction had what they needed from the fund. And I'm just double checking. I thought we set up a mechanism for the department to review and then report back with an update on the progress of transitioning, and also give us information as to which jurisdictions do not have the funds and recommendations for how to collect the funds. Is this bill coming out of recommendations from the department, the emergency services?
So, great question. Last year, I approached that consortium with this bill, because this is the second year I've introduced this bill. They've reviewed it last year and have not made any recommendations just because it's such a novel approach. However, I will point you to the federal government has actually done a study on this over the last 4 years for Next Gen 911. And while they have identified that there is a true demand for the ability to communicate over these platforms, they in no way, shape, or form had the ability to recommend how to fund it. So I believe that this, again, novel approach could become a nationwide model, whereas the conveyor of this platform, which is heavily subsidized by the internet, right? Like they have a platform that they're operating on at no cost, other than their software and the things that they generate. That's why it's such a high margin business. They need to put the money forward so that we can have true Next Gen 911. So they're still evaluating, but this is a mechanism to implement it. Yep.
Any other questions?
Got one over here.
Seeing none, where? Oh, thank you for he owes you something for that. Delegate Johnson.
A pleasure.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You better wait to hear the question first.
I'm telling you.
Thank you, Delegate Hornberger, for this bill. I did hear you say something about a percentage would go to the local jurisdictions.
Yes.
And is that restricted, that they spend that strictly on their 911?
Yeah, so they have parameters on the funds, and those have to be approved and vetted by the state council that Delegate Hill just alluded to. So there is a check and balance system. And this fund is currently oversubscribed. So just an anecdotal, last year we had our jurisdiction asked to update SCBAs. These are the breathing apparatuses that firefighters use to go in. They have to be changed out every 3 to 4 years. They had to get in line and ask for another year and only do part of them. So this is for firefighting equipment, anyone that's sort of in what we'll call like LEOPS, for example. Yeah, thank you.
Delegate Kerr.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Delegate Hornberger, Frederick County already has Next Gen 911. How would this revenue affect them?
So they don't have true Next Gen 911, which is the final frontier, which is to say, I can be on any one of these platforms, and I can send messages direct, and then the person that's on the other side can actually get my location, my information on my device, all of those other things. That requires additional software implementation, and they have to have the ability to interface with the social media platform and there's a subscription rate that goes with that as well. So they're probably referring to phone and digital carrier. I'm talking about the future, which is where all of this is heading. I mean, if you track landline and cell phone fees, they are actually decreasing. I mean, landline's been decreasing for a long time. So we are now at a saturation point where cell phone subscriptions, when you compare them to population change, are declining. And it's because more people are communicating over the net. So, thank you, great question.
Any other questions? Okay, seeing none, thank you for being with us today. We really appreciate your
pleasure,
bill.
yep.
You have a great day.
You too.
Thank you. This actually concludes the bill hearing on House Bill 711. Next, we're going to call Delegate Acevedo and then Delegate Munoz. Delegate Acevedo, that is House Bill 1144, State Government Equal Access to Public Services for Individuals with Limited English Proficiency Modifications. And you can bring your panel with you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to make sure we
And I'll call them while you start.
Yes.
And that's okay. We have Ashley Black. We have Robert Malone virtually, Cornelia Wright Gordon, Esquire. And we have J.D. Robinson. Will you guys come up? Again, Ashley Black, Robert Malone, Cornelia Bright Gordon, and J.D. Robinson. Good afternoon, Delegate.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, and thank you. Good afternoon to members of the committee. For the record, Delegate Gabriel Acevedo testifying in support of House Bill 1144. Colleagues, Maryland prides itself on being one of the most diverse states in this country, but we also take pride in the fact that we are the most diverse state on the Mid-Atlantic, and it's certainly something that we should take pride in. But what that means is that within the diversity of our state exists also diversity of language. And that language, particularly when it relates to people interfacing with government agencies, seeking service or help, that language is critically important. I am proud to represent a district that includes communities that are among the most diverse in this country. And recognizing that, we know that a wide range of languages are spoken, not just in my district, not just in my county, Montgomery County, but also in our state. And these languages need to be taken into account by state agencies in order to promote clear communication for all Marylanders and all who reside in our state. According to data, 19% of households in Maryland reported speaking a non-English language as their primary language. Given that statistic, 19% of Marylanders currently face serious challenges when interacting with a majority of state agencies, from the Maryland Department of Health to our state police. Many people are discouraged, turned away, or denied assistance from various agencies because there is no one able to assist them in their primary language. This bill, House Bill 1144, is designed to address that, to ensure that anyone who comes into contact with state agencies, particularly when we talk about that 19% of Marylanders who do not speak English as a primary language, we need to ensure that we're protecting and keeping them in mind. This is a huge problem that's facing our state when almost 1/5 of our residents cannot receive the same information and assistance as their neighbors due to language barriers. House Bill 1144 seeks to squarely address this issue of the lack of language access by requiring public agencies to provide accommodations, including bilingual staffing, staff interpreters, telephone interpreter programs, oral translation, and written translation for critical services. These services seek to provide equal access to public service for all people, regardless of their primary spoken language. This bill would improve the lives of so many people who up until now have continuously struggled to engage with state agencies in a non-English language. Therefore, given the data, the statistics that we know, and some of the challenges that many Marylanders face when interacting with state agencies, House Bill 1144 would not just address that, but ensure that we're being inclusive as possible. As someone who speaks English as a first language, but speaks French as well as Spanish, I certainly see some of the challenges that my constituents face, particularly when interacting with county agencies, or even when we talk about something as our Board of Education and parents, or parental figures advocating on behalf of their kids. I recall one person who lives in my district who refused to show up to a Board of Education meeting to advocate for their child simply because they didn't have translation service and she didn't feel comfortable or confident not just advocating on behalf of her child, but speaking before a body, a decision-making body such as the Board of Education. Now that's emblematic of a lot of the challenges that many of our constituents face across our state when interacting with state agencies. House Bill 1144 was introduced with the intent of addressing this. And so with that, I would ask that the committee provide a favorable report for House Bill 1144 with amendments. And I think that's important that we've been working with a number of interested parties, stakeholders, in ensuring that we're not just getting this bill right, but incorporating as many amendments to strengthen the bill. And so we have submitted those amendments based on those conversations. And I'm happy to discuss those amendments. But with that, Madam Chair and committee, I would ask for a favorable report on House Bill 1144 as amended and appreciate the time. Thank you.
Thank you for your time and your work. Who will be next?
Good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair, and committee members. My name is Ashley Black, and I'm the lead attorney for the Health and Benefits Equity Project at the Public Justice Center. We're here in strong support of House Bill 1144. PJC leads a work group of language access advocates called the Governmental Access Work Group that works non-adversarially with state agencies to improve access to public services for people with limited English proficiency, or LEP. Across our members, we've seen systemic issues with language access in state agencies. The requirement to provide language services is both federal and state law, and not doing so is considered national origin discrimination. We've seen vital information like benefits letters with deadlines sent to individuals in English in cases where the agency has documented that the individual's preferred language is a different language. We've also seen individuals with LEP be turned away from certain state agencies by security guards and front-facing staff and told that language services are not available when they should be. Many of our state agencies have a translate button, that's written in English at the top of their website, which appears to be Google Translate, but there's no universally accepted icon to indicate that it's a language service, and Google Translate is prone to serious and potentially harmful translation errors. The communities we work with often can't even lodge a complaint if that agency doesn't provide any linguistically accessible information on how to do so. In 2021, the National Health Law Program actually filed an administrative civil rights complaint against Maryland and several other states with the federal government for failing to provide individuals with LEP meaningful access to COVID-related services and vital information, and I can share a copy of that complaint. Our state can do so much better, and House Bill 1144 would require our state to implement supported best practices for language access. And just to speak very briefly to the fiscal note, I do see several agencies that we actually work with as part of our work group indicated that they would need additional staff. Many of these agencies have a equal opportunity office, a diversity or an equity office, and Title VI program managers. This has been the law since 1964. They should already been doing this. They have had 60 years to do this. So I would say I think that many of them would be able to do it within their existing budget and resources. Thank you, and we urge a favorable report.
Thank you. Who's next?
Greetings, Madam Chair and Vice Chair. My name is Cornelia Bright Gordon. I am the Director of Advocacy for Administrative Law at Maryland Legal Aid, and we are here in very strong support of House Bill 1144. The U.S. Civil Rights Act of 1964 requires all states and territories that receive federal funds to take reasonable steps to ensure meaningful language access to governmental programs and activities. This Maryland General Assembly has long declared that the inability to speak, understand, or read the English language is a barrier that prevents access to public services. and that governmental services are essential to the welfare of Maryland residents. Current Maryland law requires state agencies to provide equal access to public services for individuals with limited English proficiency. Maryland's existing language access laws, however, lack specific and orderly administration of this policy. Language accuracy is extraordinarily important. A person's complete understanding of legal documents and terms, accurate explanation of personal medical symptoms, and/or recitations of public health matters all require proper translation. As an example, legal aid currently has a client who is a child and who was physically and sexually abused by a non-custodial parent who was not a native English speaker. The family court issued complex orders intending to protect that child in English, but was only offered a one-time oral translation of the order, whose complex terms the court expected her to follow night and day for the conceivable future. Quite apparently, the child remains at risk because the custodial parent was forced to remember what she was told was contained in this order. House Bill 1144 greatly increases access to Maryland state services, to which these Maryland residents are unquestionably entitled. We ask you to issue a favorable report for House Bill 1144.
Excellent timing. We have one virtual witness, Robert Malone. Hi, how are you? Great to see you.
Good afternoon. All right, if it's time for me to start, I'm Rob Malone. I'm the Executive Director for the ARC Prince George's County. I want to thank Chair Pena-Melnick for the opportunity to testify, Vice Chair Cullison, and rest of committee members. The approach I will take as I submitted testimony will be to highlight some of the experiences we're seeing families from the Hispanic community deal with. We are a 70-plus year agency that provides developmental disability services. We've been around for quite a long time, but for only the last 2 years have we had any staff who were bilingual to do outreach and support people in the community. And I'm going to skip directly to what we're specifically seeing. It's in page 2 of my testimony. So what we see is that even in situations where there are interpretation services for an event or a particular experience for people who are limited English proficient, there's rarely someone to follow up with in an office to follow up for additional concerns or questions. So even if you attend some information session, the question is after that session, who do you reach out to? We're also seeing, I can tell you specifically for the Developmental Disabilities Administration, people reach out to that office. They need translation services. The services should be available through the Department of Health, but they are not accessing interpretation services. And then what happens to that family is they end up being codified or dispositioned as having abandoned services, but they never abandoned it. They just never got the help they needed. We're also seeing that many state agencies don't collect preference information on language that people prefer to be communicated in, and thus they cannot do that. And the last point here is that people are not accountable. There's no one currently accountable to make sure that folks are provided with support they need in the language that they need support in. So we certainly support this bill and ask for a favorable report.
Thank you for the work you do for the ARC. We appreciate it. We have one more witness, J.D. Robinson. Are you here? Okay. Are there any questions for the sponsor and his panel? Delegate Lewis.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
My pleasure.
Thank you, Delegate Acevero, for bringing this bill. Full disclaimer, I happen to be a co-sponsor. I don't know if this is against protocol, but I did have a question. Looking at the testimony.
If not, you can ask the question.
Thank you.
And thank you for checking. I appreciate it.
But this seems, like a fair question. So the Maryland Civil Rights Commission on Civil Rights, wrote a favorable with amendments. I don't know if you're able to see that, Delegate. They support the intent of the bill, but they just asked if they were the right organization to take on this responsibility. They mentioned they didn't feel confident they have the bandwidth and the wherewithal. So I wondered if you had any response to that.
Thank you for the question, Delegate Lewis. As I mentioned in my testimony, we have also submitted a few amendments after working with stakeholders on this bill. One of the points that was raised by the Commission on Civil Rights, they were certainly supportive of the bill, but that they didn't think they had the bandwidth to be able to do the enforcement piece of this, so they're not in opposition to the bill, but certainly think that another agency is best suited to be able to do the enforcement or compliance piece of this. And I'm certainly open to whatever agencies can do this. I think there's a good bit. We have Department of Health, Department of Human Services. There are a number of agencies. I don't want to say, one right now, but, those were one of the amendments that we certainly considered. And as part of it, as I mentioned, but I didn't want to go through those few amendments during my testimony because I figured, we would have been able to tease that out in the questions. But yes, did see the testimony from the Commission on Civil Rights where they are supportive, but given the amount of staff or personnel that they have, they had some concerns about whether they're best suited to be able to do the enforcement piece of this, which I understand, and I'm happy to house this in an agency that certainly has the resources and the personnel to do it.
Thank you. Any other questions? Delegate Taveras.
So you know I love you, Delegate Acevedo.
Thank you so much. We could keep it there then.
Because what is it? Imitation is the best form of flattery. So thank you for taking on this bill. As you know, this is something that we were working on together. My recommendation is that we do it in the Attorney General's office and create a new office specifically for language access. I think that this is similarly how we handle common ownership communities, given the volume and the depth of all the folks that we're targeting, and the nuances that are involved at all levels. I think one of the failures, or at least the initial steps when I submitted the bill initially at the local level, was the fact that we did not include penalties. And I think that's something that we may also need to revisit on this one as well. All right, thank you.
Yeah.
Appreciate that, Delegate Taveras. And I'll just point out that those were one of the amendments that we certainly considered and submitted as well, is the sort of creating a fine structure to ensure that when it comes to enforcement, that's in place. But appreciate the point.
Thank you.
Delegate, right now you don't have an agency to house it. So I would advise you to, call the AG's office, see if they can do it. But you have to find it. In this committee, we encourage people to try to find the solutions because the committee will not have the time, right, to do it. So we ask the sponsors to always try to work it out with everyone. So if you could do that, I think you received excellent advice from Delegate Taveras to do that.
I appreciate it, Madam Chair. Thank you for the suggestions.
My pleasure. And thank you, everyone, for your questions. Thank you for being here today. We appreciate you and for making time to come to address us.
Of course.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have Cleveland Horton.
Good afternoon, Chairwoman Pena-Melnick.
Good afternoon.
Vice Chair Collison, and echoed, as the Chair said, to the wonderful and amazing members of the House Health and Government Operations Committee. My name is Cleveland Horton. I do serve as the Deputy Director for the Maryland Commission on Civil Rights. At the Maryland Commission on Civil Rights, our primary mandate is to enforce Maryland's laws that prohibit discrimination in employment, housing, public accommodations, health services, and state contracts. Based off of the critical and valuable work that we do at the Commission, we fully support the intent of House Bill 1144 to eliminate a source of discrimination against individuals who have limited English abilities. We would also like to give a special shout out and appreciation to Delegate Acevedo for his acknowledgement and consideration of our agency to include us in this bill. However, in making the commission the oversight agency, we do believe that it creates a conflict for our agency. Individuals do have the ability to come to our agency when they are not able to access state services and benefits. To that regard, we are mandated to receive, investigate, and litigate those cases of discrimination. We do believe that making us the oversight agency creates a conflict in that sense. We understood that Delegate Acevedo mentioned the bandwidth issues that most other state agencies are dealing with as well, and we would never want that to be the main reason why individuals do not get equal access to services. So when we take a look at House Bill 1144, our primary concern with it is that we do believe it creates a conflict based off of our current mandate. With that being said, the Maryland Commission on Civil Rights acknowledges and supports the intent behind H. Bill 1144 and urges a favorable vote, however, with the amendments removing the commission as the oversight agency.
Thank you for your testimony today. Are there any questions for this witness? Thank you. Will you be so kind and give Glendora Hughes our regards, okay?
I will. Unfortunately, you all had me, the next best thing, but Glendora is in Aruba, I'm sure, enjoying the sunny beaches. So her birthday is Sunday. So she gave me permission to do that.
She deserves it because she knew I would probably say something.
She did.
For those of you that are new, Ms. Hughes has been coming to this committee for at least 17 years that I know, and probably more. And it's an amazing woman. So give her a love and tell her that you did amazing, okay?
I will. I called her as soon as I realized that there was a delay of about an hour, and I said, well, as soon as I come down here without you, there will be a delay. So
take good care of you, okay?
Thank you.
You're welcome. This actually concludes the bill hearing on House Bill 1144. Thank you, Delegate Acevedo, for your patience. Next, we're going to go on to House Bill 1141, Delegate Munoz, State Information Technology, Social Media Application, TikTok Prohibition. Thank you for being with us today and for your patience as well. And welcome to HGO. Is this your first time?
Thank you so much. It is my first time
wonderful.
before you all.
Welcome.
Thank you for having me.
You're welcome.
So I would like to start just by saying good afternoon to all my colleagues on the Health and Government Operations Committee. For the record, my name is Delegate Rachel Munoz, and I am here today to present House Bill 1141. As you can tell by my lovely ribbon I am proud to wear today, I am the descendant of a long line of U.S. military veterans, national security, and cybersecurity in particular public servants. And so I decided to present this bill before your committee, which is just a prohibition on installing or maintaining the application of TikTok on any Maryland state devices. And when I sought to originally bring this forward, a lot of people said to me, oh, didn't Governor Hogan already do that? And the answer is not quite. No, he did not. So this is becoming more and more important as this session has gone on. In fact, the head of national security in U.S. Cyber Command said yesterday that TikTok is becoming more and more of a concern for national security and our intelligence community due to the issue of collection of data and influence among our communities. And so here in Maryland, obviously, this is a very big deal to us based on, a lot of the national security agencies we have here, as well as our state government that we need to protect. And so the executive branch was required to remove and prevent the use of it, but that did not actually extend to the other branches of Maryland state government. And so I humbly bring this bill before you, also with the information that just today in Congress, they unveiled a bipartisan bill that would systematically give a legal structure for addressing the tech-driven spying threats that we're currently dealing with across the country and the world. And so this is very timely, and I don't think we should wait for the federal government. I think that here in Maryland, we can sort of lead the way and take care of this on our own. And with that, I would just humbly, request your support on this bill, and I very proudly would like to pass it over to a dear friend and a cybersecurity expert of over 20 years, Mr. Reed Novotny. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Delegate Munoz. It's awesome to be here today. So my name is Reed Novotny. I am here testifying as both a cybersecurity expert and a former member of this great esteemed body. And I'll start off with this. I told my daughter, who is 11, that I was coming down here to talk about TikTok and the fact that we didn't need it on our government devices. And the first thing she did was take off her shoe, bundle up her sock, and throw it at my head. So that's what 11-year-olds do when you take away their ability, and she does not have TikTok, just for the record. That's what those people do when you take away something like TikTok. But it is actually a serious matter, and we're talking about taking it off our government devices here. So I actually spent the time and read the 50 pages of the user agreement that most people just hit click yes when you install any app. And I want to just bring up a couple of points, if you do use TikTok, what you actually agreed to as we went through this. So TikTok actually says, we collect certain information about the device you use and access the platform, such as your keystroke patterns, rhythms, audio settings, and connected audio devices. So what that says is you are allowing this device to actually watch you put in keystrokes outside of the fact just in TikTok, in any app. So if you're typing in your password to your online banking, they're watching you do that, and they can have that information. The next, they collect information and biometrics as defined by US law, face print, video print, and the like. How many people can log into their phones or their banks using their face print? They're collecting that information. Finally, within the article that came up yesterday that the good delegate said, our U.S. intelligence community actually addresses this as a time bomb. When will we have someone like in our State Board of Elections using TikTok on their government device and actually all of a sudden they will turn on a microphone and listen to a conversation or log into our sensitive information in the State Board of Elections and cause damage to our fellow citizens? Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, and thank you for being here with us. And tell your daughter that, you know, it's not up to you, so she doesn't get so upset.
Until she's 18. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Yeah. Any questions? Yes, we have Delegate Kipke, followed by Kaiser.
Thank you. Novotny,
Let me see.
the fine print everybody from many people just accepts. Does that the microphone on? The fine print that you have to accept to be able to use these apps, you raised, sort of alarming, the company's able to monitor your keystrokes and all that. Is that consistent with other popular social media apps? And if so, why is there more concern about TikTok than the others? Thank you.
Delegate Kipke, great question. So other apps might do something similar. Most do not. The most important part about that statement that brings cybersecurity awareness and people in the cybersecurity field to take a look at is the fact that TikTok is owned by the parent company called ByteDance. ByteDance is a company fully owned by the Communist Party of China. So this is the main driving point, is that there's 2 degrees of separation, but ByteDance that's owned by the Chinese party, actually there's a law in China that says you must share all your information. If you have any information, you must share it with the government. It would be like us walking down to Papa John's as a government and saying, you have to give me your user data. The US government does not do that. Companies like Google or YouTube or the like, they might have these short clips and dances and all those kind of things, but they are not forced, because we live in a democracy, to share their information for spying purposes. And that is a major concern between this application and other applications you might see on the internet. Thank you for the question.
And Delegate Kaiser, and for the members, when I look, I don't know who went first when there are many lights together, so I'm just going to call it the way I see it, okay?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good to see you again, Mr. Novotny.
You too, ma'am.
Delegate Munoz, my only question about the bill is when I look at it and then I look at and I see also a bipartisan co-sponsor list, I also note that 5 of your co-sponsors are TikTok users, one of whom puts hearings up on it, and another who refers to themselves as TikTok delegates. So were they aware of what the bill was about when they signed on?
They were. Thank you for the question. They were all aware, and I'm actually very proud that I have a Gen Z, super famous social media delegate who signed on knowingly and willingly. They were all aware, and they do use TikTok, and they do not use it on their government devices currently because of these types of issues. And so, like my cell phone I have here, I have all my social media on here. Back in judiciary, where I'm rushing to get back to hearings, I don't have any of that on my government device. I try to keep that clean and protected just based on my background and, you know, how I was raised in a very unusual security environment. But I just think for the protection of the whole state of Maryland and our citizens, that putting this out there would be, you know, seriously beneficial, especially at this juncture where even, you know, I mean, there's like, I have lists and lists of government agencies and intelligence agencies who are already taking this measure. And so that's why I'm just hoping, you know, as Maryland, we tend to be on the front lines of these things. So I'd like to keep us there.
Thank you. Now I'm going to the left. I see Morgan, Chisholm, and Shalega. Did not see Morgan.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
I did not see her light.
Good to see you, Reed. How are you?
Good to see you, Delegate.
Hey, I realize this bill has to deal with TikTok, but with the latest revelations coming out of the Twitter files dealing with the FBI at Twitter, do we have any confirmation or have you heard any news sources, or should the bill be expanded to other social media platforms like Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, or any other social medias that could be doing the same thing?
So great question, and I think it's the intent and the limited scope of this bill that actually makes it the most clean bill that we can put forward right now. So what you're talking about, what I believe the intent would be more of a waste of time, productivity. You should not, and this is, you know, Reed Novotny's opinion, on a government device be doing TikTok, well, take it back, doing Twitter, Facebook, or any other social media. And that is a time management thing. That's also a waste of resources that's paid for all of us. Taxpayers are paying for that resource for you to do that. That is different than enabling another country to spy on the information and possibly steal information from you as a government employee, maybe in the State Board of Elections or County X or County Y. So it's a little bit different. I understand where you're coming from, but I like the succinctness of this bill specifically.
My pleasure. I have Delegate Chisholm, Shalega, and Bagnell.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Given that TikTok is owned, parent company is owned by the CCP, would you encourage anybody, knowing what you know, to have TikTok on their personal devices if they can aggregate this data from government devices? Could it then work through, because we use personal devices, but we also are connected to our government devices at the same time often. So would you encourage people to use it on their personal devices, and is it possible to navigate your way through?
Great question again, Delegate. And so I would not personally suggest you use TikTok on any device, and it's just from the things that I've stated before. I think the strategy from this specific bill and keeping it government-only devices, I think it keeps it very clean, again. But in that sense, if you are using it with the permissions wide open as it's accepted in the privacy statements that TikTok plainly puts out, if you read the 50 pages, which generically no one does, if you actually accept that and you're using it on a personal device and then you're logging into something like a legislative laptop or a legislative system later on, yes, you are saying that that cross-flow is there. With that being said, again, this is a first and good step in my opinion. But again, my daughter, who's all of her friends have TikTok, I do not allow her to have that, and she thinks that I'm a terrible person.
You're welcome. I have Delegate Shalega, followed by Bagnell, then Woods, then Hill.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Good to see you, Reed.
Good to see you, ma'am.
So knowing that you work for the military in an alphabet soup agency you may or may not be able to talk about, what can you tell us about the federal government's position on TikTok and what they're doing to, thwart TikTok's efforts to infiltrate people's private information?
So Delegate, thank you for the question. And of course, I will say again, my disclaimer, I'm here on behalf of my own reconnaissance as a citizen, a concerned citizen and friend of the good delegate here. But with that being said, I do follow this at the national level and other states, right? So the delegate actually has a list of other states and the federal government in an attempt to also ban it. There have been attempts from previous administration and our current administration at the presidential level to investigate through the Department of Justice on whether or not we should ban TikTok in all of the United States for all users. Again, this is very much a limited scope, but that has been up in discussions. And I would say that that shows a credence in the sense that these are cybersecurity professionals in the Department of Justice that are truly looking out for the best interests. It is not anything that has to do with anything partisan. It is both last administrations have figured out a way or attempted to actually get rid of TikTok for the entire U.S. And the point that was brought up yesterday in a CNN article, there are about 250 million users that last time I saw in the U.S. If China decided to turn on the microphone and listen to every single person, if we had ever gone to a war with them, it's just not it's not a good thing for the U.S. So I think we're doing our part by being responsible in our state for this bill itself. And then we should follow and encourage others to follow along, to include the federal government. Thank you, Delegate.
I have Delegate Woods, followed by Hill.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
My pleasure.
And thank you, Mr. Novotny, for the information. I did want to get some clarification. You made the statement that we should not be using Facebook either, and we do use Facebook here, several of the delegations, but we are all were alerted that, we're supposed to have the blue check that you can clarify, because I don't know what that means. I just know we're supposed to have it so that it makes sure that our pages can't be hacked so that they're authentic. But we found that it is a very good way to get to our constituents frequently. So I just wanted you, if you would, to kind of give some clarification on that, and if there are not those procedures to put in place to prevent the hacking of pages. I'm not talking about TikTok because I agree completely with that, but pages like Facebook and Instagram.
Delegate, thank you so much for the question. And you're exactly right. There's actually exemptions in this specific bill, if we want to talk about this specific bill, if you're doing it for research and the like, that's in the bill itself. So my statement about not using it would be more in the sense of if you're an employee and not a public figure, right? So as a public figure, you need to communicate with your citizens, and you do that through many channels, many channels. That is part of your job. I'm talking about someone who literally checks licenses, God bless them, and that's their job. They shouldn't be checking their personal feed. We're talking about in a professional fashion, completely. You have to talk to people, and that is not my intent to say that. It was the waste of time versus it's part of your job, definitely part of all of your jobs, and I understand that. Thank you.
Delegate Hill. Neighbor.
Good to see you, ma'am.
Appreciate what you're saying, and Delegate, I appreciate the bill. I'm a little confused. There's some testimony that we have which is favorable, but it's from a Texas group, and I'm hoping, Mr. Novotny, that you can clarify the Project Texas. Do you know anything about this? Because it sounds like they're saying this is the right thing to do, but it's not necessary. They say TikTok does not allow keystrokes, they don't collect precise locations, they don't track your search, they don't build a shadow profile, and they don't use face or voice prints. I'm confused.
Delegate, great to see you, and thank you for the question. Yes, I'm familiar with that project, and I'm also familiar with the fact that there have been articles recently saying that they have not been 100% truthful with that, if that makes sense. So they, as in the company of TikTok, is doing a campaign at the federal level and individual states to say, no, because this is a big revenue source. This is a very safe platform. And they are attempting to fix the problems. The problem is they are still owned at some point, even though they have these safeguards, they're owned by a company that is forced by law to share information with the Chinese Communist Party, who will use it for spying on Americans. And I say that in the sense that they can put this on a piece of paper. Their parent company, ByteDance, lives in China. Those members are Chinese citizens. They're going to follow Chinese laws. They're not going to follow the U.S. laws if push comes to shove. And there has been a recent article that's saying that there was information shared, even though they had said that this was happening, that there was information shared like super administrators that are back in the state in China right now, and they have access to the U.S. government. So every time that TikTok comes out with this publicity campaign to make themselves better, they find holes in the problem. So yes, this is their outline of how to make things better. It is not there yet. And the 50 pages that I read the other day, it still has this information, even though they publicly say that they're trying to fix it. Thank you, Delegate.
All right, I have Delegate Morgan, followed by Bandari.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Real
You're
quick,
welcome.
second bite of the apple. Reed, I wanted you to elaborate on this, and I don't know if you know it or not, but the one thing that always bothered me about TikTok is pretty popular in China, but it's not the same version as we have here. My understanding is that they limit the amount of time you can be on it. It's more of an educational tool here, where it's social decay, or education tool there versus social decay here. You want to elaborate on that if you know?
Delegate, yes, I'm very aware of how they use their social media there. So there is actually, so if people don't know, the internet does not exist in China. I mean, it is filtered, right? So they filter the information because they're a closed society, just like North Korea, they're a closed society. So their version, it's called something different, of TikTok actually is very educational. It's something I would probably give my daughter. Mm-hmm. It's about how, elephants are born and the gestational period is, whatever. Yeah. And they also limit the number of minutes they can be on it per day. And I think it's about 60 minutes if you're under 18 or something like that. So it is a great platform, and they share educational, they share concert pianists if you're a young kid, all these kind of things. It's outstanding. So the problem with that is what you're getting, the social aspect. So again, I don't think this bill specifically fixes the social decay, because we're assuming that most of the employees of the state of Maryland are over 18 and they can watch silly dances and all those kind of things if they would like. We're trying to get rid of the other part, which is actually the spying activity that could happen in our networks. But it's a very valid point, but it goes to the intent, right? It's the intent of the company, the parent company, and the Chinese party of what they're trying to do with our networks here. And that's what I think the good delegate here is trying to at least make a dent in stopping.
Yes, and just to follow up, Delegate Morgan, and so with the new things we have coming out of the federal government and from the general who's the head of national security and U.S. Cyber Command, his issue was not just collection of data, which is obviously a huge issue, but it's also influence, because he's concerned about the messages that they can push out to our population and also the messages they can prevent from being spread that might be at some point, imperative for national security. So that's something they're investigating at the federal level.
And two things that we don't allow here happen. So you owe us dessert. Okay? So no second bite, and we don't allow both witnesses to answer. So dang it. Let me tell you, dessert, you owe us dessert. That's it. It's settled. Settled. Okay? So we have Bandari, followed by Lewis.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you for the bill. Absolutely, we need to mitigate potential risks associated with the platform. But in the meantime, the TikTok offers a very unique feature, like short-form video content, algorithm-driven discovery, engage with younger audience, and promote important message. I wonder if there is a middle ground or fine balance of data security concern is there, and we could use responsibly and effectively for education as well, rather than totally banning this.
Who can answer the question? One person. Yes.
I apologize. I'm from Judiciary.
It's okay.
We just talk all day. I apologize.
No, not here.
Thank you for the question, Delegate. So this particular bill, I know we're talking about hypotheticals on a wider scope, but this particular bill is only to ban its installation, maintenance, and use on your government device. So the device where we have all the testimony that comes through for our committee, that we're the only ones who have access to it, things like that, sensitive information across the state of Maryland, it's only those particular devices that we're seeking to ban it from in this particular bill, and you can still TikTok all day long on your personal device.
I have next Delegate Lewis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Delegate Munoz, for the bill, and Delegate Novotny. You know you're always going to be Delegate Novotny.
I appreciate that, ma'am.
Okay. Thank you. So my question echoes a little bit Delegate Wood's question. I just so happen to be a Gen X aficionado of TikTok, and you can check me out on your personal device if you like. But I find that TikTok is a great way to communicate with my constituents, and just like Facebook is. So because this bill prohibits the use of this social media platform on government devices, and yet this platform can be useful for us in our jobs, our public service roles, have you considered providing any guidance in this, in your legislation for folks in public service who use the platform for specific communication purposes? Because it could be very helpful. Whoever can.
I don't want to get anyone else in trouble.
No, only one person. You're not going to get in trouble.
Thank you, Delegate, for the question. And so do you, I don't know if I can ask a question. Do you use TikTok on your personal device?
Yes, only on my personal.
But not your government device? Okay, so you're asking if we would put guidance within this legislation to provide guidance for public officials for use on their public device? Just in general. Okay.
Course of our public duties. Just a question.
No, I think that's a really great idea. I think that's super interesting. And again, I think I would be less concerned, depending on what you do in your other career outside of this, you know, about the access to the data that's on that personal device. But again, yeah, I don't. Perhaps not, but that's a great idea, actually. So,
All right. Delegate Alston.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My question is, if you've deleted TikTok, does it still keep tracking and spying on you?
So it will say by its user agreement that it will not. I don't know if I would trust that technically, if that makes sense. So, and again, Delegate, I am a cybersecurity reader of things. I don't hack things. You know, I have younger people, Gen Z or whatever, who actually do all this kind of things. So my assumption would be it would lay dormant there at some point, but best not to ever install it the first time is really the best advice. Thank you for the question.
Thank you. And I know Delegate Kipke just gave us a great idea to ask Jewett to give us some advice on this. And I know this will go to subcommittee, right? Delegate Bagnall.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And this is just a very quick question because we've had a lot of conversation, about the TikTok universe. But this bill just speaks to the application, the TikTok, and putting it on your state device. Is that correct?
Yes, Delegate, thank you for the question. It's really just for installing it, using it, maintaining it on your state devices. We're just banning that to protect those devices and the data and information, the sensitive information we have on those devices from foreign adversaries who may or may not want access to it. But again, like the delegate said, I think that's a great idea, and I'd absolutely be open to amendments from the committee to kind of broaden the scope of education and protection for our state employees.
I see no other questions, and I have a very short one. What would happen if TikTok rebranded with a new name?
This is something we've actually been talking about, and my answer, so we're cybersecurity and an attorney, and so we were having this conversation. My answer was legislative intent. So if they just changed their name and did the exact same thing, I believe, Madam Chair, you're more experienced than I am in the legal field, but I believe that our legislative intent would hold if everything else, the 50 pages of, consent saying that they had access to everything we were doing, and then they still had that relationship with the government of China, and the by law was required to pass anything that was asked of them over. I believe our legislative intent would hold even if they changed the name.
Yeah, I think you would need to make it broadly because it has TikTok in the bill. So I would ask you, will you be so kind and ask the AG
Of course.
That question, and how would they draft it to make sure that it is brought to any other company that does exactly what you just described?
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much for a wonderful conversation, everyone. Really appreciate it. Thank you for being with us. It's great to see you both, okay?
Thank you so much, everyone.
Great. Have a blessed day. This actually concludes the bill hearing on House Bill 1141. We're going to go to Delegate Forbes because we have the wonderful Economic Matters Committee here. You want to introduce yourselves?
Hi, Delegate Adrian Walker, Delegate Whitehall.
And they're here with us for House Bill 1189, Delegate Forbes. It's titled Economic Development, Cybersecurity, Cyber Maryland Program. And this bill is jointly assigned with HGO and Economic Matters. So when she's done testifying, if you have questions, let us know, okay? Good afternoon, Delegate.
Good afternoon, Chairman Pena-Melnick, Vice Chair Cullison, and members of Health and Government Operations and visiting members from Economic Matters. For the record, I'm Delegate Kathy Forbes. I'm here to provide testimony in support of HB 1189. This is a this bill would create a Cyber Maryland program. That program would then study our strengths in this sector and ensure that our current investments in workforce development are focused while planning future investments aimed at making Maryland one of the most advanced IT workforces in the nation. The goal of the Cyber Maryland program is to develop a statewide strategic plan for cybersecurity workforce development. Currently, the state of Maryland invests more than $20 million each year in workforce development targeted at cybersecurity and other technology internship opportunities. This bill will develop a Cyber Maryland program within TEDCO with the task of evaluating what we're currently doing, identifying our strengths, engaging in demand planning, what does the sector look for next, and making recommendations to bolster our workforce. Cybersecurity is one of the fastest growing sectors of the economy. There are thousands of unfilled jobs available in the industry that pay well and have opportunities for advancement. Many of the entry-level jobs require only basic IT training. Other states like Georgia and Florida have recognized this workforce opportunity and have invested heavily and seen a growth return on that investment. The initial investment in these states have led to both federal and private investment into cybersecurity workforce development. In Maryland, we have an ecosystem that is poised that we can take advantage of this. We have cybersecurity assets including Fort Meade, the National Security Agency, the National Institute of Standards and Standards and Technology, I apologize. We have cybersecurity programs in our higher ed institutions with both certificate and four-year degrees in both our four-year colleges and our community college campuses. We have programs in high schools around the state that lead to certificates. The blueprint for Maryland's future is poised to make unprecedented investments in career and technology education, and those investments should be targeted and strategically planned so students are prepared to take jobs that are currently available and have opportunities for advancement and good salaries. We can use this powerful combination of state, military, academia, and private sector collaboration to grow our workforce and improve our operations. All of these cyber workforce assets can be managed under this proposed Cyber Maryland program. Happy to answer questions, and I ask for a favorable report. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, please.
Greetings. My name is Troy Lamel Stovall. I serve as the CEO of TEDCO, and I'm always good to be in the presence. Thank you, Chairwoman, and always good to be in the presence. My friend, Delegate Taveras, good to see you as well. Thank you for all the committee members and those that are visiting here. I'm here in support of House Bill 1189, and thank you, Delegate Forbes, for your leadership on this. At TEDCO, we talk about the 4 S's. In Maryland, we need to scale differently. We have to invest to become more competitive. We've got to stitch together a number of the resources that we have here in the state in a fundamentally different way, and we do that so we can storytell better the great things that are happening here in Maryland. But the S I want to focus on today with this bill is stickiness. because that's what we do at TEDCO. We invest in these early stage companies and get them to stick here in Maryland, to stay here in Maryland. And one of the fundamental challenges in getting them to stay in Maryland is having access to a great talent pool around cyber. And we have to think differently about how we create this deep talent pool around cyber. And we have to think about this and amongst other tools that we need around, we create an innovation infrastructure. But let me also say as I close that I think many times when you hear the word cyber, you're thinking of things like around NSA and those types of things. But what we're trying to create is a pool of talent that can help every company here in the state of Maryland, no matter where you are. I don't care if you're a dry cleaners or a cupcake, making cupcakes, you need access to great cyber talent. And that's what this bill is about. So we stand ready for any questions. Thank you for your support of this bill.
Thank you for being here with us. Next, please.
Thank you. Thank you, Councilwoman Chairman, and thank you, Madam Vice Chair, and the entire committee here and guests. My name is Tasha Cornish. I am the Executive Director of the Cybersecurity Association of Maryland, Incorporated. So we are a 600-member association here in the state providing services to different agencies and also to our members. So those corporate members can range from 2 to 10 member government contracting companies all the way to multinational corporations looking to grow their businesses here in Maryland, like Cisco, Motorola Solutions, and others. So as my esteemed colleagues here have already said, there are over 26,000 jobs open in cybersecurity in Maryland alone. We desperately need this coordination to fill those jobs. We have the assets. We have great training programs here. We simply need this coordination, and we know that the Cyber Maryland program can provide that. The model introduced here, the talent pipeline management, is an evidence-based model used around the country to help industries like ours and others fill those pipeline needs. So thank you for your time. Thank you for your consideration, and we urge a favorable report on this bill.
Thank you for being with us today. You have another witness for your panel, Palin. Lois Palin. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Madam Chair, and the members of the committee, and thank you for the opportunity to testify for House Bill 1189. I am Dr. Lois Palin, the Senior Director for the Center for Security Studies at the University of Maryland Global Campus. And at the university, I've been deeply involved in the effort to build the state's cybersecurity talent pipeline. I've taught in cybersecurity programs, which each year are reported to be the largest within the university system of Maryland. And of course, the talent pipeline starts much earlier. In each of the past 2 years, my center has hosted summer camps for public high school cybersecurity and computer science teachers focused on tools that they can use in their courses. And I'm excited to say that another camp is planned for this year to infuse cybersecurity into non-technical courses. I support this bill for 2 reasons. First, it would result in a strategic view of the workforce needs that would help the state develop needed programs in cybersecurity. The field is vast and ever-changing, and schools that have cyber programs typically have industry advisors to keep their programs current and to learn about new workforce needs. But anyone knows that one advisory board has a limited view. The requirements of the bill for, one, a statewide study, a strategic plan, and the development of new training in collaboration with employers with unrecognized workforce needs would be of immense value to the post-secondary sector. And second, the bill considers the critical importance of K-12 to the cybersecurity talent pipeline. A 2021 survey of 24 public school districts in Maryland revealed major obstacles in this area. In fact, the fact that the bill would permit grants to K-12 schools consistent with the strategic plan would support the talent pipeline where it begins. I urge favorable consideration of this bill, and thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you, Dr. Palin, for being here with us today. I'm going to now open it up for questions for the sponsor and her panel. Are there any questions? Yes, absolutely. Go ahead. Delegate Chief.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon. It's great to see you all. Thank you for your testimonies, and I consider myself a supporter of TEDCO. So this question is for Mr. Stovall. I think all of us can appreciate the need for quickly scaling up our workforce in response to the great need for cyber workforce. So my question is, what exactly does the Cyber Maryland program do that the current community colleges and universities are not doing? Exactly what kind of niche are you trying to fill, and how do you measure success?
Always good to see you, Delegate Chi. Thank you for that question. I think, I don't know if Brad Phillips or not is going to be, I think he's testifying, but I think as you and I have talked about, what we, and borrowing some of the words from our governor, asset rich and strategy poor, that's what we really got to have. So it's not that we aren't doing the right things. You've heard me talk about this notion of stitching. It's really about how do we create a very clear strategy of what we need to be doing and making sure all those assets are pointing in the right direction. So it's not so much that people are not doing the right things, it's doing the right things with a very focused, clear end game. I think the end game, at the end of the day, is those 26,000 jobs have to get filled. But I would also tell you from where I sit here at TEDCO, it's also about creating a higher level of stickiness. As I said earlier, these companies that are, I would tell you there's two reasons, primary reasons that we have companies, or three that companies are leaving that we invested in TEDCO. One has to do with manufacturing in the life sciences area, which is not part of this. But the second one has to do with talent. It really is, we're losing these cyber companies. They're leaving the state because of lack of access to quality, day one ready talent. And so the strategy is to create, the plan is to create a strategy that allows us to really have our resources focused around creating that talent pool for these companies.
And Madam Chair, if I may follow up?
Actually, we're only allowed one person to
Okay.
answer. I apologize. We have, and you know, these bills go to subcommittees, so you're welcome. We have Delegate Boafo, followed by Delegate Taveras, then Rosenberg.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Always great to be here in HGO. Delegate Forbes, thank you for this bill. I am a big fan of what you're trying to do here, mainly because outside of the work here in the General Assembly, this is exactly what I do for one of the biggest tech companies actually here in this country. The number one thing we continue to hear in the cybersecurity workforce conversation, the Biden administration put out a study in the beginning of their administration, was about redundancies, right? Whether that's through CISA and the work that they're doing there on the federal level or here in the state. Oftentimes we find ourselves in a space where year after year after year we're doing studies on cybersecurity. So you may not have the answer to this now, and I'm happy to follow up with you offline. But my question is, how do we know of any current existing government programs that are doing studies like this? Is there a better way to feed into a nonprofit or into a private industry study that's happening right now? And what's happening on the federal level as folks look to Maryland for cybersecurity work like this?
Delegate, who's the best person to answer? Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much for this question. This is a bill that we've been working on for the last 3 years, so we've done a lot of groundwork here. The Department of Labor, many other state departments of the Department of Commerce want this study to be done so badly because they don't have this data, and they want to make sure that what they're investing in is not redundant and is really meeting the needs of industry. There are several groups doing this on a global scale, NICE, CyberSeek, some of the other research, CompTIA, et cetera. So anything we do would be in concert and would simply complement what they're doing.
Thank you. Next, I have Delegate Taveras, followed by Rosenberg.
Thank you. And as I'm looking through this bill, thank you for this, thank you for putting it together, and obviously, you know, my Leadership Greater Washington partner, Mr. Stovall. But what I see missing here is, what about those individuals that leapfrog and are, you know, there's, even though I don't necessarily am very inclined to support this idea, but there are individuals who are not college ready or don't desire to go to college, yet we could leapfrog these individuals across through proper training and basically build capacity through training, like programs like SV Academy. I don't know how familiar you are with them. They'll track you in, they'll follow your progress through a whole year, and then at the end of the year, you may come on board with Slack, Facebook, and all these. We have 2 or 3 sites already in Baltimore that I helped set up.
What is the question?
So how is it linking to this?
Yep. So one of the great things that we'll do through this project is really be able to hire more on skill-based competencies instead of these degrees. So by working in an industry-driven model and identifying what those skills and competencies are, hopefully employers will be able to better work with other SV academies, Perscolases, Empowers, all of the wonderful people doing work here already, to be able to train for those skills and then be able to pair those, because that's one of the missing gaps right now as well.
Delegate Rosenberg.
Madam Chair, as I assume the panel knows, I don't know if my colleagues do, Maryland has a high-tech internship fund. This is the result of an op-ed that Freeman Rabowski wrote. Then jointly, he and I put it into law. Governor Hogan funded it. UMBC still runs it. How does that fit into what you're doing, and should that be part of the bill?
Yeah, so that's the part of the strategy. That's, again, thank you for the question, Delegate. Part of the challenge is that we have a lot of these pieces, right? But the pieces aren't integrated. And so part of what we want to do is integrate those pieces and bring more scale to them. So it isn't about excluding any of these things, or as an earlier question, it is about how do we integrate and bring better scale to what we've been doing here in Maryland.
Just a very fast follow-up.
Absolutely,
Okay.
absolutely. I don't want to pay for dessert. Is the high-tech internship now part of this review?
Yes, it will be.
Fine.
Thank you. Delegate Mandari?
I was reading, I'm sorry, I was reading your testimony, and could you clarify how will this 250,000 annual allocation for Cyber Maryland Fund be used, and is it enough?
No. I think initially, we were just literally talking about this earlier today. I think initially, look, I'm an old computer scientist by training. And what we're going to try to do with that, not what we will do with that 250, is version 1. And version 1 is going to be, as I was taught when I was doing computer science, version 1 of anything is to get to the point of version 1 is to get to version 2. And version 1 is just to get it out. And so part of what we talked about with our colleagues here is how do we develop enough momentum with educational institutions, not just the traditional higher ed, but other education institutions and a few employers, and how do we begin building that model initially with that 250? So, and the goal is to have more money, whether that's from the state or from other sources, absolutely. But the goal of that 250 is to get a pilot out that shows that we can put together and bring all these pieces together that have been talked about here today.
You too? You're gonna owe me
Yeah.
dessert. Go ahead.
Yeah. Also, I would love to see your clear metrics and accountability measure to ensure its success as well.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
No problem.
If you could share that to the whole committee, that would be great. Okay? Thank you. Any other questions? Any questions? All right. Thank you so much for your testimony today. We really appreciate it and the work you do. Next, we have John Fiastro, followed by the virtual witness, please. I understand Mr. K. Alexander Wallace is not here, so if you can allow the virtual witness. Mr. John Fiastro, are you here? Will you please get started? How are you?
Madam Chair, doing well. For the record, John Fiastro on behalf of Cybersecurity Association of Maryland. I'm not going to repeat anything that the previous panel said. What I would like to mention is that this is a pared-down version of a bill that passed the General Assembly last year, both chambers, on sine die. It failed to get reported back to the Senate with enough time for the Senate to concur with House amendments, Senate Bill 753 from last year. So members of the committee that were here last year had the opportunity to vote on this bill. It did pass the chamber. We do want to thank the sponsor for their support of the issue, and that concludes my remarks, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. 1 second. Mr. Wolf, will you please unmute yourself and give us your testimony? Thank you.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair.
Good afternoon.
Madam Vice Chair. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Thank you.
Thank
Good
you.
afternoon, Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair, and members of the committee. My name is Dan Wolf, and I'm the Director of State Programs for the Alliance for Digital Innovation. We're a nonpartisan alliance of technology companies focused on accelerating change in the public sector through technology. Our members are some of the most innovative technology firms in the nation, including many that proudly serve the state of Maryland. We support House Bill 1189 and urge you to return a favorable report.
Thank you.
Around the country, we hear endless stories about businesses and government agencies impacted by cyber attacks that place their businesses and data at risk. Globally, cyber attacks have more than doubled since early 2020. Governments are attractive targets for cyber criminals. This is because a combination of often outdated technology and limited resources leaves them vulnerable to attacks. Particularly true of local governments, who often have small staffs and struggle to hire cyber professionals. I personally experienced this as the former deputy CIO for the Commonwealth of Virginia when I oversaw the recruitment of technology workers. It was very difficult to recruit and retain cyber talent, especially in the public sector. It's estimated that more than 500,000 additional skilled cyber professionals are needed in the U.S. to meet our current needs. And as demand for cybersecurity increases, this number is expected to grow even larger. In fact, the federal government projects that cyber jobs will grow by over 30% by the end of the decade, meaning that we'll need roughly 1 million additional cyber workers by 2030. That's a daunting task. So action must be taken immediately to create a long-term solution to this looming crisis. State leaders must implement programs that will reskill their current workforce while also developing the next generation of skilled cyber professionals. HB 1189 would help to address this workforce gap in the state of Maryland. The Cyber Maryland program represents a foundational element in a statewide cyber workforce development program that can meet both short and long-term needs. It'll promote statewide education and improve collaboration across the state. For all these reasons, we respectfully ask you to return a favorable report on HB 1189. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your time. You said that the bill from last year, that this one was pared down. Can you please elaborate on that?
Sure, Madam Chair. There was a significant fiscal note to last year's bill, and I think that did cause some consternation. It did pass pared down. It was Senate Bill 753. It came out of Senate Finance. It was jointly assigned with Budget and Tax last year. And then last year it went to House Appropriations. Frankly, as someone who's been working on the issue for a few years, Madam Chair, I was surprised to have it assigned to HGO. Delegate Forbes was so kind to offer her sponsorship of the bill. I thought we were going to be downstairs actually for this hearing, but we're happy to be here and we're happy to be able to talk about this issue with the committee.
Yeah, this committee does now the cybersecurity stuff.
Sure.
And we have the expert, Chairman Ken Kerr.
Yes, he
and
is.
some of our members, they belong on some of the commission on cybersecurity, so I believe that is the reason.
Yes.
As you know, this goes to subcommittees, so we'll use your expertise there as well. Are there any any questions for these two witnesses? Seeing none, thank you so much for being with us.
Madam Chair, thank you.
Thank you for the work, Delegate Forbes. Thank you very much. Actually, this concludes the bill hearing on House Bill 1189. Just for housekeeping, we have House Bill 1156 left, 962, 871, 1034, 1068, and 1060, and 1160. So if you could just be patient, we appreciate it. To our colleagues from Economic Matters, thank you for being with us today. We appreciate it. So since that concluded the bill hearing on 1189, we are going to go back to 1156, House Bill 1156, Delegate Robin Lewis, Pharmacist Therapy Management Contract Form. Will you be so kind, Delegate, and bring your panel? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
You're welcome. I believe you have Megan Swarthout and Aliyah Horton.
Okay. Hi, are you going to be over there then? I got to go. That's fine. Oh, that's fine. Thank you. Madam Chair,
Yes.
esteemed colleagues, I'm Robin Lewis, here on behalf of House Bill 1186. Thank you for your consideration. So this is one of those things that's often described as a technical bill or a technical fix. But I think it's really important that you all understand why we need this technical fix. There's this little thing called a therapy management contract. It is an agreement between a physician, a licensed pharmacist, and a patient who's being cared for by those two licensed providers. The patient in question has complex medical conditions that might require a really attentive and strategic coordination of care. In this event, where that patient has complex medical needs that are best served by a partnership between a physician and a pharmacist, a therapy management contract can be brought into effect by those three parties. It's important to note that the physician and pharmacist who take on this agreement with the patient already have a sort of memorandum of understanding between the two of them that has a special term that describes that primary relationship. But in any case, the therapy management contract, it's really important. And it exists because there are patients with these complex conditions who need lots of medications or who might be required to take medications that have a high risk of dependence or abuse. So we really need these types of contracts to exist. But here's the problem. Here's where the technical fix comes in. Right now, a therapy management contract has to be undertaken in writing. We know since COVID, the obstacles like requirements in writing can slow down access to care, can slow down the rollout of care. And so we want to fix that. We want to make it possible for a therapy management contract to be undertaken orally and then put into writing in an electronic format if that is convenient. So what this bill does, it says a therapy management contract can be undertaken orally and that it can be put into writing later. I will let you know that I was approached by a few stakeholders, specifically MedChi, asking if we could specify a time limit for the written requirement for the contract. And I agreed, so I'm working with all the proponents, all of the stakeholders on this, and happy to take those amendments on. In any case, that's all I'm asking you to do is approve a quick fix to help patients with complex needs quickly get the coordinated care that they need. With that, I'll ask for a favorable report, and I'll turn it to my panelists with your permission.
Thank you, Delegate. Excellent testimony. Next, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair, and members of the committee. My name is Megan Swarthout. I am a pharmacist. I'm representing the Maryland Pharmacy Coalition, and I also am representing Johns Hopkins University and Medicine, where I practice. Drug therapy management agreement, as was laid out, is a well-established practice in 48 states in the United States. The intent of this bill is to maintain that informed consent. The patients understand the relationship and the way the medication monitoring adjustments will be made between their physician and pharmacist. Pharmacists only work with patients that are referred by the collaborating physician, as was stated, where there's already an existing interdisciplinary relationship between the physician and the pharmacist. Since 2020, our pharmacist team at Johns Hopkins Medicine has completed over 8,000 telemedicine visits with our patients under these types of agreements. That's 8,000 contracts that we've needed to send out in writing, ask for patients to sign, and bring back to us, which, as you can imagine, is quite a logistical burden. So this is intended just to allow, in the current alignment of technology that's used to care for patients, for those contracts to be signed and agreed upon verbally, electronically, or in writing. So thank you for your time, and we would respectfully request a favorable report.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. Aaliyah Horton. I am the Executive Director of the Maryland Pharmacists Association. MPHA is a member of the Maryland Pharmacy Coalition. We are in support of this bill, and I am really here to just say we're in support, and we did do our due diligence in reaching out to MedChi as a stakeholder in these agreements, and we are supportive of the amendment that has been proposed. And I will leave it at that. Thank you, and urge a favorable report.
Excellent testimony. We love it. Are there any questions for the delegate? I see Delegate Bagnall.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And this may be something that's already addressed in the amendments, but I know within the bill, it says any party to the therapy management contract may terminate the contract at any time. What is the current process for termination, and would there need to be something in writing before that contract can be terminated?
To take that? Sure.
It's a great question. Thank you. So as it currently is in practice, it doesn't require it to be in writing to terminate that. So if a patient would indicate or the physician indicates verbally that they would want to terminate that, we would do so at this time.
My pleasure. I have next Delegate Olston, followed by Johnson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My question, if you're currently doing these in writing, with all of the technological advances with things like DocuSign and Zoom, I'm not understanding why it can't be done in writing now with a telehealth visit.
It's a great question. It's some organizations where we have a very sophisticated electronic medical records. That is possible. If you're more of an independent community pharmacy owner and might not have all of that same technology within your medical record, it can become more burdensome there, as well as there are some technical requirements, more advanced technical requirements on the patient's end that not all patients might have the resources to have.
Thank you. Delegate Johnson.
Madam Chair, and thank you, panel. I was looking at the bill and an oral contract, that gets a little iffy sometimes. So is there any provisions to protect the pharmacist and the physician of possibly a recorded oral agreement until they could get the written contract signed?
That's a great question. I think I would let one of my panelists try to answer. You feel you could do that?
Sure, absolutely. Great question. The statute still outlines all of the elements that will need to be agreed upon verbally, and the intent is, especially with the amendment, that all of those elements would then be documented within a note that would be signed by the physician and the pharmacist. So it will still be legally documented that conversation occurred and when and what were all of the elements covered.
My pleasure. Any questions? Seeing none, thank you so much, Delegate.
Thank you.
Thank you for being here. We have, actually, that concludes the bill hearing on House Bill 1156. Next, we're going to go to Delegate Olston, House Bill 962. And while she comes up, may I please have the Maryland Board of Physicians, go ahead. You can sit and wait for the delegate, she'll be right here. You can get started, Delegate.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair. It's an honor to be here today and present House Bill 962. In advance, I'll let you know if you have any questions. They will definitely be deferred to my wonderful panelists who will be able to answer them all for you. This is a cleanup bill that goes through the Health Occupations Code and removes duplicative language. It consolidates language so that all of the different health occupations are now under one section. You have a packet that was prepared which goes through the revisions and changes that were recommended. So you can refer to that. And with that, less than a minute, I'd really like to cede my time to my expert to explain.
All right.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair, members of the committee. For the record, Matt Dudzik on behalf of the Maryland Board of Physicians. But first, I want to really thank Delegate Alston for all her work on House Bill 962. I know that no one loves when a 99-page bill lands on their desks, much less to have to take charge of it. And I just really appreciate all the work the delegate has put into this one. Those of you who were on this committee last session may recall this bill, which passed unanimously in the House, but unfortunately ran out of time in the Senate. But to talk about the origins of House Bill 962, you actually have to go back a bit earlier than last session. This bill is part of a years-long effort to clean up the Maryland Medical Practice Act, removing outdated or redundant language. In our most recent sunset report, which was in 2020, was our most recent sunset, one of the DLS recommendations was to clean up the act by updating language and consolidating redundant provisions into a new general provisions section. We were also tasked with preparing a report to that effect, which is the report that the good delegate has just passed around that kind of outlines our approach. So what does this bill actually do? Well, there are a number of processes that are exactly the same for every single license that is under our board. So for example, the rules regarding criminal history record checks, or the requirements that a licensee update the board following a change of address are exactly the same for physicians as they are for respiratory therapists and every other health occupation we regulate. These provisions are currently repeated almost a dozen times in the Maryland Medical Practice Act. House Bill 962 would strike these provisions from their individual sections and move them to a new general provisions section. What this bill does not do is change any of the standards, requirements, or procedures for the board or its licensees. I know that the delegate has said this already, but it bears repeating. This is strictly a cleanup bill. We know you have a lot of pages in front of you right now, but the end result is a cleaner and easier to understand Maryland Medical Practice Act. I urge the committee to submit a favorable report. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Delegate Rosenberg.
Yes, as I assume you're aware, we have bills before us on physicians and physician assistants. Does this bill, I assume this bill has no effect on the issues raised in those bills?
Thank you for that question, Delegate. No, this bill would have no impact on that. So again, it does not change any of the standards, does not change scope of practice for any of our licensees. The primary changes for physician assistants is that they would be moved from Title 15 to, I believe it's Title 14-5H. Again, those provisions that, such as criminal history record checks, would be moved to a new section. So it does not create any substantive changes in those professions. Certainly there will be some reconciliation needed depending on what does and does not pass for other bills that impact the Maryland Medical Practice Act. But this bill, again, does not introduce any substantive changes for any of those other professions, and so would have no impact on those bills.
Any other questions for the delegate? Seeing none, thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Thank you, Delegate. We have an unfavorable, Laura Bugley. Are you here? Okay. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the committee. I'm Laura Bogley, Executive Director of Maryland Right to Life, and on behalf of our Board of Directors, we respectfully oppose this bill. This 99-page cleanup bill seeks to retroactively repeal existing safeguards in law for patients that would otherwise prohibit the substandard abortion practices recently approved by this Assembly. This bill will further enable the abortion industry to put profits before patients and put pregnant women in Maryland at greater risk for injury and death as a result of botched abortion and the largely unregulated distribution of deadly chemical abortion pills. This bill will render the Maryland Board of Physicians less efficient by weakening current licensing requirements and limiting the ability of the board to take appropriate disciplinary action for licensees who break the law or fail to maintain standards of medical care. The bill blurs the line between various occupations by granting authority and duties once restricted to the scope of practice for physicians to other occupations with less training and education. The bill strikes the word physician 42 times and substitutes nondescript terms like licensee or applicant, who may engage in even non-medical practices under the guise of healthcare. The bill also shields abortion businesses engaged in training and certification of the newly expanded non-medical abortion workforce by preventing the board from compiling records on a licensing's education and training. The Maryland Board of Physicians cannot possibly provide adequate oversight of this non-medical abortion workforce. For fiscal year 2020, the board reported that 864 new complaints were investigated for physicians, allied healthcare practitioners, and unlicensed individuals. The board already had a backlog of 50 cases that they forwarded to the Office of the Attorney General that were greater than 18 months old. We urge you to preserve the integrity of the Maryland Board of Physicians and medical practices in the state by issuing an unfavorable report on this bill. I'm happy to take questions. Thank you.
Great time. Thank you. Are there any questions? Seeing none, thank you so much for being with us. Thank you. Appreciate it. This actually concludes the bill hearing on House Bill 962. We're going to go on now to House Bill 871, Delegate Hill, Declaration of Rights, Religious Freedom, Religious Test and Oath and Affirmations. Will you be so kind and bring with you Daniel Meyer, Jeffrey Blackwell. We have a virtual witness, Laura Stewart. Will you let her? She's not there. Laura Stewart is not there, and we'll go with those. Those are the sponsor panel. Good afternoon.
Dan Meyer.
Yes.
I've been in conversation with Laura Stewart via text. She's going to be here in like a couple minutes by the time
We'll see if she's here when we go.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you for letting us know, though. Appreciate it.
Yep.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair, members of the committee. For the record, I'm Terry Hill, and I'm presenting HB 871, Declaration of Rights, Religious Freedom, Religious Tests, and Oaths and Affirmations. You have my written testimony. So let me just explain that 871 is really a housekeeping bill. It corrects sections of the Maryland Constitution that have been held to be unconstitutional and are blatantly inconsistent with the long-accepted Maryland official governmental practices by removing archaic language from select articles and updating the sections for gender neutrality. Specifically, it alters language in Articles 36 and 37, and it repeals Article 39. So both the U.S. Constitution and Marylanders have recognized basic rights to freedom of religion. It's central to who we are. And when we say freedom of religion, we generally mean that to say personal freedom to worship or not worship in whatever way we choose. Our state constitution, however, still contains language excluding persons who do not profess a belief in a monotheistic God of Abraham. And it excludes them from certain rights and responsibilities, including the right to serve or the duty to serve on juries. Back in 1961, the U.S. Supreme Court ruled in Torcaso versus Watkins that the language that we have in our Constitution is unconstitutional. And since that time, there has been no enforcement of these constitutional provisions. But there is some concern that because the language has never been cleaned up, that it's not a fair reach, that someone at some point is going to be called out, and that we may find, as we've seen recently, that things that we thought were settled law roll back on us as unsettled, in which case, instead of that Supreme Court ruling, we may be left with what does the Maryland Constitution say? So our preamble, just to be clear, will continue to say, we, the people of the state of Maryland, grateful to Almighty God for our civil and religious liberty and taking into our serious considerations the best means of establishing a good constitution of this state for the foundation and more permanent security thereof, declare, etc. That remains the same. However, currently, Article 36 says that as it is the duty for every man to worship God in such manner as he thinks most acceptable to him, well, that's problematic because it already asserts that there is a duty to worship God. So what this would do was change that to take out the part that says that we have a duty to worship God. Similarly, currently Article 37 says that no religious tests ought ever to be required as a qualification for any office of profit or trust in this state, nor shall the legislature prescribe any other oath of office than the oath prescribed by this Constitution, other than a declaration of belief in the existence of God. So we require a belief in the existence of God. So the language in this bill would align that by not requiring a belief in the existence of God, and what Reedon said, that no religious tests ought ever to be required as a qualification for any office of profit or trust in this state, nor shall the legislature prescribe any other oath of office than the oath prescribed by the Constitution. Now, everyone on this committee swore an oath on the Constitution. And just to refresh you, and then I'll shut up, and because I know I'm going on, but I want it to be clear, because there are people who are saying that we're somehow taking God out of this, and we're making it hard, and we're doing things that we're exactly doing the opposite of. You swore an oath that did not mention God, or not God, or no God. What we swore was, I do swear that I will be faithful and bear true allegiance to the state of Maryland, and that I will support the Constitution and laws thereof, that I will not directly or indirectly receive the profits or any part of the profits of any other office during the time of my acting as a member of the House of Delegates, and that I will faithfully discharge my duty as a member of the House of Delegates without prejudice or partiality to the best of my skill and judgment. That dates back to 1822. So again, it's not that I'm trying to change our practices. I'm just trying to make sure that our Constitution aligns with our standards, our practices, and our values. And with that, I yield.
Thank you. Next, please.
My name's Dan Meyer. I'm a resident of District 10. Shout outs to my delegate, Jennifer White. Thank you for the opportunity to testify on HB 871, kindly submitted by Delegate Hill at my request. Let me be very clear at the outset, the purpose of this bill is not to insult religion or religious adherence. It is to remove illegal religious tests from the Constitution. That the tests are illegal is beyond question. The 1961 Tricasso v. Watkins decision on Article 37 was unanimous. It's 9-0, as was the 1997 Silverman v. Campbell decision in South Carolina, regarding very similar language in their Constitution. Our founders had seen religious conflict in Europe and domestically and decided that they didn't want to fuel divisiveness. They included no religious tests in the U.S. Constitution so that we wouldn't see that sort of strife here ever again. Still, some might say, well, okay, but belief in God is still important. But even by that measure, the test undermines its professed objective. Our third Justice, Oliver Ellsworth, pointed out that religious tests were utterly ineffective because anyone can pass the test by simply lying about their true beliefs. So the test in practice becomes an instrument of coercion, not virtue. James Iredell, one of the associate justices, original associate justices, wondered how you could bar anyone from holding office, including the non-religious, while claiming religious freedom is important. You can't. And those two statements are at the heart of why Article 6 of the Constitution simply says no religious tests without any exceptions. So one might ask why it's necessary to change the law if it's unenforceable. Even unenforced language, the language is a lingering insult to the character of many good, honest Marylanders. And when it is enforced, it's far worse. I urge you to finally let religious freedom ring and remove religious tests and mandates from the Maryland Constitution once and for all. Thank you. I look forward to any questions, and I urge a favorable report.
Thank you very much for your testimony today. Next, please.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair, and delegates. And thank you for this opportunity. My name is Jeffrey Blackwell, Litigation Counsel for American Atheists, which advocates for the civil rights of atheists and non-religious people. I went to school in Cumberland, and even as a student at Allegheny County High School, I was acutely aware of the language addressed by this bill. I was harassed by classmates for being an atheist, told that I was a bad person because I had no morals without God. Bear these taunts in mind when I recount in a moment the words of the Court of Appeals and the words of the Attorney General of Maryland. But first, I want to highlight 3 Supreme Court decisions. Church of Lukumi Babalu I, Masterpiece Cake Shop, and Espinoza v. Montana Department of Revenue. These cases invalidated government actions on the grounds that they showed hostility toward the sincerely held beliefs of citizens. Which brings me to Torcaso v. Watkins. Mr. Torcaso wanted to be a notary public, but he refused to declare a belief in the existence of a deity, as the text of Article 37 of the Declaration of Rights still requires. He was denied an appointment. In affirming the denial, the Maryland Court of Appeals stated, quote, "Under our Constitution, disbelief in the Supreme Being and the denial of any moral accountability for conduct not only renders a person incompetent to hold public office, but to give testimony or serve as a juror. The historical record makes it clear that religious toleration, in which the state has taken pride, was never thought to encompass the ungodly." The irony seems to be entirely lost on the court. During oral arguments, once the case was taken up by the U.S. Supreme Court, Maryland's attorney stated, quote, "We feel that the state of Maryland was not unreasonable in trying to set up some safeguards to assure to itself a security of good conduct for public officials. Acknowledging the existence of God is for the purpose of equating that declaration with moral accountability for one's actions." That's Thomas B. Finan, Attorney General of Maryland, addressing the U.S. Supreme Court on April 24th, 1961, and a bunch of ignorant school children harassing me in the 1990s. The Supreme Court may have rendered this language unenforceable, but it remains on the books and as a result remains in the minds of the people all across this state. May I just quickly wrap up?
Absolutely.
Believers and non-believers alike, it must be removed. I implore you to give the bill a favorable report. Thank you.
Thank you for being here today. We really appreciate your testimony. I'm going to open it up for, actually, there's one more. Virtually. Thank you, my Vice Chair. Good afternoon. Laura Stewart, you can start.
Good afternoon. My name is Laura Stewart, and I'm providing testimony as a Silver Spring resident, a mom, and children's advocate. I'm here to support HB 871, which is a proposed constitutional amendment that removes numerous references in the Maryland Declaration of Rights that require a belief in God. I often speak on bills that affect the children of our state, and in this instance, this is no exception. More than 1/3 of Gen Z have no religion. The passage of HB 871 will show that we value and benefit from their civil involvement, no matter their religious beliefs. My husband and I have raised 2 children in Maryland, and both identify as either atheist or agnostic, as do I. When I first read the Maryland Constitution's language, which discriminates against non-religious citizens by requiring a belief in God to serve, I thought of my sons and their friends. They do not always feel valued by society because of their gender, racial, or religious identity, and this adds to youth's mental distress today. Why would we want the Maryland Constitution to enshrine discrimination, especially when the language has been shown to be unconstitutional for over half a century? We can finally fix this by putting the constitutional amendment on the ballot. The body has the chance to stand by freedom of religion and embrace the diverse electorate you represent. I have heard legislators communicate to me that these provisions in the Constitution are not enforceable. So why does it matter? I ask, if these provisions are not enforceable, why do we keep the language in our Constitution? I also believe recent actions by the Supreme Court gives us impetus to act now. By inaction, we show bias towards the religious versus the non-religious. We need all of our citizens to participate in our government, especially considering the challenges we face today. And just to wrap up, I ask you to stand up for freedom of religion and issue a favorable report for HB 871. Thank you so much for this opportunity.
Thank you for being with us today. We appreciate it. Are there any questions for these witnesses and for the sponsor of the bill? I have Delegate Shalega, followed by Delegate Lewis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for being here. I'm sorry, gentlemen, that you were made fun of because you were an atheist. I was raised by an atheist and as agnostic, and I made fun of people who believed in God. So I'm sorry, not that that makes it right, but, you know, kids do dumb things. You know, there are 5 instances of grateful to Almighty in our Constitution. Grateful to Almighty God. Also, that it is the duty of every man to worship God. that furthermore, he believes in the existence of God. Nothing shall prohibit or require the making of reference to belief in reliance upon or evoking the aid of God. And one additional declaration in the belief of God. Is it your aim in this to get rid of God on all of those 5 instances?
No, just in Articles 36, 37, 39, the preamble would be untouched. So references to God in the preamble are untouched.
How could that not be offensive? We, the people of the state of Maryland, grateful to the Almighty God for our civil and religious liberty. I'm just curious as to why you didn't want to strike that too.
I guess because it's not one of the actionable parts of the Constitution. It's a preamble. But if you want to offer an amendment to that?
No, it's the Declaration of Rights. It's the first sentence. So no,
No, in Article 30, that is the duty of every man to worship God. Is that what you're talking about?
It's at the very first sentence. We, the people of the state of Maryland, grateful to Almighty God for our civil and religious liberty. That's the beginning of the document. So, well, I'm glad you at least left one in, but
May I answer?
Delegate,
No.
can I, the question, you got more than one question in there?
Yeah.
You're gonna have to bring cookies. Someone else can, I like to go to someone else now that has been very patient. And I'm serious about those cookies, Delegate Shalega. Delegate Lewis. I know you are, that's what I'm saying. Delegate Lewis, I'm asking for them, Delegate Lewis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Delegate Hill, for this really interesting bill and for the sincerity of your panelists. Thank you all. I am curious as to the practical implications of this bill, if it were to be enacted, on the willingness of folks to swear the oath with fidelity. I think it raises the question, we are culturally conditioned to swear oaths on deities or spirits, on God or on my mother's grave kind of thing. And it's just something that we do in our culture. And I wonder about the force of that oath in the absence of a reference to a deity of some kind.
Well,
Delegate Lewis, Delegate Hill, before you answer, you're going to answer it or someone else on your panel?
She's
'Cause I
asking
know
about
they.
the oath. Did you prefer
Okay.
Mr. Tiller? Our oath
Whoever's
doesn't-
best to
I
answer.
can answer it,
Go ahead.
or I can.
Because I saw his hand.
So I would say to that there is nothing about this that is saying that you can't say, I swear to God, if you want to swear to God. There is only a removal of a requirement to swear to God if you don't believe. Because if somebody were to not believe and were told, we need you to swear to God, you're going into court swearing that you're not going to lie, and you're being asked to lie while being sworn in. That makes no sense. This doesn't change any actual practice. Right now, the last time I was in court, the oath was, do you affirm under the penalty of perjury to tell the truth to the best of your knowledge, information, and belief? It was not, I swear to God, that wasn't even offered.
My pleasure. Okay, are there any other questions for the delegate and her panel? Okay, seeing none, thank you so much, Delegate. Okay. And there are 2 unfavorable witnesses, Laura Bugley, and then virtually David Whitney.
Thank you again, Madam Chair, members of the committee. I'm Laura Bogley, Executive Director of Maryland Right to Life. And on behalf of our Board of Directors, I strongly oppose this bill. The Constitution of both the United States and of Maryland guarantee the free exercise of religion. The freedom to worship as we see fit is a natural right, pre-existing and independent of government. But this bill is a blatant infringement on that right of religious freedom. It attempts to repeal a key provision in the Maryland Declaration of Rights that prevents the government from prohibiting the free exercise of religion in the public square. This bill will not eliminate the influence of religion, but establish secularism as the new state religion. Our religious freedoms already are under attack, with churches being forced to close under the threat of criminal prosecution during COVID, and individuals being prevented from engaging in prayer during public meetings. But by repealing protections for religious freedom, this bill will threaten the conscious rights for medical providers, state employees, and others who, for moral or religious reasons, must not participate in any procedure or practice that results in the termination of human life, including abortion, human embryonic or fetal tissue research, or euthanasia. The consequence of this legislation, whether intended or unintended, will be the exodus of trained medical professionals from the healthcare industry in Maryland. Finally, by passing this bill, the Assembly will be breaking your own contract with the people of the state, 77% of whom belong to some religious denomination, and violating your oaths of office to defend both the U.S. and the state constitutions. Legislatures make law, not courts. The authors of the Constitution were clear that our Constitution was made only for a moral and religious people. It is wholly inadequate to the government of any others. We urge your unfavorable report. Thank you.
Are there any questions for this witness? Okay, seeing none, thank you very much. We have Mr. David Whitney. You have to unmute yourself, sir.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Appreciate the opportunity to speak on this. I am the Institute on the Constitution senior instructor, and I teach the only course anywhere on the Maryland State Constitution. And I've sent you my written testimony where you can see both the Maryland Constitution as well as other constitutions of the states, all at the time of the ratification of our U.S. Constitution that has that phrase, no religious test. All of them had a very clear religious test. Now, obviously, that has changed as we're now in our fourth Constitution. Nonetheless, it's very curious as to the idea if you can remove God. The problem is with the oath. Let me read to you from Webster's 1828 dictionary, which was what words meant to our founders. And it says, an oath is a solemn affirmation or declaration made with an appeal to God for the truth of what is affirmed. The appeal to God in an oath implies that the person imprecates, that brings curses of God's vengeance and renounces God's favor if the declaration is false. So how can someone take an oath if they don't believe in God? Therefore, eliminating Article 37 makes no sense at all, because we still have the religious test. Article 37 reads, no religious test, but obviously Article 37 says they must believe in God. So believing in God is not a religious test according to those who wrote our Constitution. And clearly getting rid of Article 37 doesn't change anything in the eternal state of things, because the oath that they take, whether they believe in God or not, they're going to answer to God on Judgment Day. Everyone who swears an oath, whether they believe God exists or not, there will come a day when they will have to give an answer. And the reason our founders wanted the oath is they recognize that those who are elected may do all sorts of things in backroom deals that none of us can ever hold them accountable for. They may think they get away with it, but if they believe that God exists, it means they know that they do not get away with it, that ultimately they will stand before God on Judgment Day. I urge an unfavorable report on 871. Thank you so much.
Are there any questions for this witness? Delegate Hill.
Thank you. Thank you for taking the time to review the legislation and to offer testimony. I was just wondering, are you aware that the bill doesn't, that the oaths that we currently swear in going to public office are not affected by this bill one way or the other, that there's no oath that we take that requires allegiance to God?
I'm aware of that, but we have to ask the question, what does an oath mean? And documents mean what they were meant when they were crafted, not what somebody 200 years later said. So when they crafted our Constitution, our 1867 current Constitution, when they used the word oath, they made a solemn vow made to Almighty God, to which the person making that vow is going to be held accountable on Judgment Day. They wanted the highest standard of accountability to be everyone in public office to be held to that highest standard of accountability. So the oath still means that they're going to give an account to God on Judgment Day. Whether they believe in God or not, it's going to happen. And that's the idea in our Constitution, which is why Article 36 is so important, Article 37, as well as Article 38 are so important. You see, we the people know that we have government that does things that we don't understand what it is they're doing, or we know that we can't hold them accountable. We can't even hold them accountable at times at the ballot box. And it looks like they get away with it. And that angers many people in our society because they believe that while we in our jobs are held accountable for all the things we do, in fact, we're held accountable by the government to the laws that are passed, yet those who pass those laws often don't hold themselves accountable to the Constitution of the state of Maryland. I've testified many times before other committees, not this committee in particular, and quoting the Maryland Constitution. And many people, I'm glad that you're aware of the Maryland Constitution because many of those in office have not read through the Maryland Constitution from end to end, which is why I'm actively involved in teaching citizens all over the state of Maryland this Maryland Constitution so they can work to hold their legislators accountable.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Any other questions? Thank you. Thank you for being with us today. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
This actually concludes the real hearing on House Bill 871. Next, we're going to House Bill 1034. Good afternoon. How are you?
I'm well, Madam Chair, and yourself?
Good. Nice to see you. You can get started.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair, members of the committee. Just appreciate you all taking the time to listen to me as I present to you House Bill 1034, Artificial Intelligence Impact Advisory Board. This bill establishes the AI Impact Advisory Board. In the face of rapid advancement in artificial intelligence technology, it's imperative that we take a proactive step on our integration of this new technology into society, into our society, and into our economy. Currently, there are no laws in the state of Maryland that regulate or govern the use of artificial intelligence. This bill is about getting the conversation started, bringing stakeholders to the table to determine the best approach for welcoming this technology into our lives. The AI Advisory Board will play a critical role in the process of conducting research, gathering perspectives from experts and the public, and making recommendations for legislation and regulation that will ensure that AI is used in a manner that is beneficial to our residents, that understands the complexities of discrimination and racism, but also recognizes the limitations of our state and federal constitution. The board's focus would include healthcare, education, transportation, criminal justice, economics, social and ethical implications. And by conducting a comprehensive analysis on these issues, the board will provide valuable insights and recommendations to our bodies. With that, I'd also like to say that I welcome a few amendments. First, there's a small fiscal note associated. Any amendments that would eliminate that fiscal note so that we can do the work within the resources that we have, I would welcome. Additionally, I would also plan to submit an amendment that would specify that the academic institutions were HBCUs. I also want to recognize that Delegate Kaiser has a very similar bill that I believe you're going to hear after this one. And I've reached out to her office to let her know that I had this bill. I understand that she's working on this issue and has been working on the issue. So I also submit this bill and the contents therein to the wisdom of the committee, should you want to bring those bills together. Hopefully, the bills aren't the exact same, so there are some things you might want to take into this, move into hers, or vice versa. I leave that for you all. But again, so at the end of the day, I urge a favorable report on the bill. But even if you don't move this bill, I urge action on this issue because AI is here, it's rapidly advancing, and we need to do something about it and get ahead of it now. Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, committee.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. There was a person on your panel, but he's not here, K. Alexander Wallace.
I didn't see.
So are there any questions for the delegate? Okay. Delegate Vice Chair Collison.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and welcome to HGO.
Thank you.
I'm just wondering why you don't see this as falling under the responsibility of DO-IT, and that within that agency, there would be the resources to complete the tasks that you're asking for in the bill.
Yeah, I would say that the impact of artificial intelligence is going to be so expansive that you have to have a conversation that's larger than just an individual agency, even an agency that is specifically focused on this work. Certainly, communities are going to have a significant impact, no matter what those communities are, and there's a litany of different ones. The impact is so great, though, and the work that we're going to have to do moving forward is going to be so extensive that this body, that the legislature, in my opinion, has to engage right away.
Are there any other questions? Delegate Johnson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm looking on the physical note under current law, and it says basically AI already falls under DO-IT. So what is it that you would be looking to do differently than DO-IT would do?
Again, right now, I understand that their work may be to regulate and do some things therein. But again, the conversation, I think, needs to be much larger than just a specific government agency.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Thank you, Madam.
The land of one questions is very different from where I come from in judiciary.
So do you like it?
I don't know. I'll take it.
You know what? We will be here all night otherwise, right?
Oh, and we are.
So are there any other questions? Thank you. And we do a lot of work on, actually, our work is mostly done in subcommittees, and we allow everyone to come, even the primary sponsor and anyone who's for it or against it. So it's a very open process. I see no other questions. I want to welcome you to HGO, and thank you for your testimony today.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, members of the
My
committee.
pleasure. I have Drew Better from the Maryland Tech Council.
Hi, good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the committee. My name is Drew Vetter, and I'm here on behalf of the Maryland Tech Council. We are a community of 700 member companies that span the full range of the technology sector, and we're here to support this bill. We have members, tech members, who are at the forefront of the adoption of AI technology, which is growing at a rapid pace across all sorts of industries, including healthcare, finance, manufacturing, and others. The role that these technologies play in our everyday lives is only going to continue to grow and impact us in ways that we don't yet fully comprehend. And so as this bill seeks to do, we believe it's necessary and appropriate to bring together a diverse group of stakeholders and experts to examine these issues in depth. So we support the bill. We do respectfully request one amendment, which came through discussion of this bill with our membership. The bill specifies that there are 2 members from the technology industry with technical expertise. We would want to be specific as to what attributes you're looking for among those 2 members. And so we've submitted an amendment, a suggestion in our written testimony to have one of those members have technical expertise in the development and use of artificial intelligence, and then another member from the technology industry with experience more on the business operation side. There are different perspectives in the tech sector, and we believe that both are important to these conversations about the future of AI and how it's going to be handled and regulated in Maryland. So with this requested amendment, we urge a favorable report. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony today. Are there any questions for this witness? Seeing none, thank you so much for being with us today. We really appreciate it. And actually, this will conclude the bill hearing on House Bill 1034. Delegate Young, thank you for being with us. Hope you have a blessed day. Next, we're going to go on to House Bill 1068, Delegate Kaiser, Commission on Responsible Artificial Intelligence in Maryland. And her panel are the following people. Will you please be so kind and come?
I don't have a panel.
No? Okay.
I don't.
I had
I think we got back to your
Okay.
office that we didn't have a panel.
all right, great. I had one person there, but my mistake. But go ahead, you're definitely enough.
All
Go
right,
ahead.
I am enough. Thank you. I appreciate that. It's the name of one of my daughter's books. Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to members of the committee. I think Delegate Young is gone, and thank him for kind of getting it started here on the issue of artificial intelligence. I would just tell you all, even before ChatGPT and the news from the last few weeks, this issue was something that was interesting to me. And last semester in my teaching role, I taught a class on ethics, and we did spend some time on artificial intelligence and actually other issues where the technology is moving faster than the policy. And that's part of the rationale for doing this bill. So again, thank you, Madam Chair, and to members of the committee. Here on House Bill 1068, a commission on responsible artificial intelligence in Maryland, and if enacted, it would establish a commission to look at AI. People have been using AI for years. It's been used in law enforcement, criminal justice, cybersecurity, education. We've read stories of how it works. We've read stories of how it doesn't work. And certainly, we've read the stories of how it is biased. And that's certainly one of the parts that I was discussing with my students. But what I think we need is to have a shared baseline of knowledge and a cohesive framework moving forward, looking at its benefits and pitfalls. So in my legislation, this commission would include cabinet secretaries, industry leaders, academics, and representatives from certain institutions and consumer groups. We have reached out to all the named members of the commission, and they're excited about the possibility of participation. One of the points that I already made that I'll get back to is that too often technology outpaces public policy, and this is another one of those cases. And while I think it was referenced in the last bill discussion about Do It and the role they play in dealing with technology, information technology, cybersecurity, and AI and the like, they would play a key role in this commission. But I think we have to realize that we should be talking about the ethics of using AI and how to use AI. And that's where we need people from different fields and different backgrounds. And so I feel like we're very much at the beginning of how we think about the use of AI. And so let's not wait 5, 10, or 20 years to figure out whether we did it right or how to do it right, and do that now. So this would be over 2 years. Look at what AI is, investigate what's happening federally in other states, best practices, other regulatory things, all that's in the bill. The only thing suggested, I believe, in the other testimony is adding like the scope of work and looking at those best practices. I'd also point out that the written testimony, several of which are favorable with amendment, I believe in each case the amendment is the ask for additional commission members, but no other amendments. So I just think this is an important chance for us to step back and have the conversations that should be had with both the technology experts and others to see what we should be doing in the state of Maryland. I thank you all, and I urge a favorable report on House Bill 1068.
Thank you, and thank you for your testimony. Are there any questions for the delegate? Delegate Chisholm?
Thank you, Madam Chair.
You're welcome. Thank you.
I find this interesting. So, not comparing, but the last bill had 17 unfavorables. You have 0, but it looks like it's close to the same bill. What is the big difference, I guess? Do you know?
I'm not sure of that difference. I hadn't realized that. We worked with a lot of the AI experts. Well, like I said, we reached out to the people who'd want to be on this. So I don't know if it's a difference between a task force and a commission or the nature of the charge. But that's an excellent question that I should take a better look at myself. Thank you, Delegate.
Are there any other questions for the delegate? Delegate, I'm going to write Do It and ask Do It, can they do this on their own? Because I'm surprised that they didn't sign up for any of the bills. And this is something that is within their purview, to be frank. So I will keep you posted on that.
Okay.
All right, thank you.
All right, thank you.
I have Wallace Drew Better, and Allison Taylor. And you can get started. How are you?
I'm well. How are you all?
Good.
Ladies first. Ladies.
Hi, good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the committee. My name is Allison Taylor. I'm here on behalf of Kaiser Permanente in support with an amendment to add a Medicaid MCO to the commission. I really appreciate the intent of this to really to study AI and give some real thought to how it should be regulated at the state level. We are seeing, Kaiser Permanente is in 8 states in the District of Columbia, and we have seen very different approaches to regulating AI in the different states that we're in. Three Medicaid programs in Virginia, California, and Hawaii actually require us to use artificial intelligence to risk stratify our patients so that we can identify the patients most at risk for certain bad health outcomes, and so we can reach out to them and try to make sure that we're getting the care that we need. District of Columbia, for example, is taking the exact opposite approach, and they're very concerned about bias in algorithmic decision-making, which so are we, but the approach they're taking, I'm concerned, would prohibit the use of artificial intelligence for any kind of population health practices. So I do appreciate the very thoughtful approach that this bill recommends, so urge a favorable report.
Thank you. Next, please.
Well, good afternoon, Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair, members of the Health and Government Operations Committee. I'm K. Alexander Wallace, here on behalf of the Security Industry Association, which is the nonprofit trade association located in Silver Spring that represents companies that provide a broad range of safety and security-focused products and services all throughout America, including more than 40 companies that are headquartered here in the state of Maryland. Among those sectors that we represent, our members include the leading providers of biometric, facial recognition, and artificial intelligence technologies available in the United States, and we firmly support the creation of a statewide commission on responsible artificial intelligence as outlined in House Bill 1068, as well as its legislative directives prescribed, which include the examination and definition of artificial intelligence, the determination of how all levels of government and all branches of government are utilizing artificial intelligence, the development of best practices and regulations around the technology, and how it can be monitored and analyzed. The Security Industry Association thanks the sponsor for the inclusion of a representative from the artificial intelligence industry. Oftentimes, in many other committees, we interact with legislative matters that impact our members without having our expertise and our knowledge at the table when those decisions are made. So again, we thank the good delegate for the direct inclusion. With that, Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair, members of the committee, we respectfully request a favorable report on this bill. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. Next, please.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the committee. My name is Drew Vetter, here on behalf of the Maryland Tech Council. As we testified on the last bill, we're very supportive of efforts to take a look at this issue, which for the reasons stated, we know is only going to become a bigger issue across the full span of the technology sector. So as the state's largest association of technology companies, we want to be involved in these discussions. And we've submitted an amendment for consideration that expands the representation of the industry from one member to 4 members from distinct industry sectors impacted by artificial intelligence. It is our view that it's given the broad scope that AI can have across various technology sectors, it would be difficult for one industry representative to speak to all the, for all of those different sectors. So we believe that that representation needs to be expanded. With that amendment, we urge a favorable report. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony and for making time today. Are there any questions for these witnesses? Delegate Taveras.
Thank you. AI hasn't been very forgiving to African Americans when it comes to facial recognition. They're not really good at doing that. And I was just thinking, where is it reflected? Are you guys recommending anything with regard to ensuring that better options are presented or improvements are made in that technology through this commission or addressing those biases?
Who's
in
the
the
best
technology?
person to answer that question?
I can answer that question. And thank you, Delegate. It's good to see you as always. So there are a lot of academic studies out there, depending on the date on which they're published, that would concur with that ideology. If you're looking at most recent technology and most recent standards from NIST, which is also actually located in Montgomery County as well, the technology is better suited to identify African American men and women than white men. Now that standard is 99.98 versus 99.96. But that's the recent technology. So we support the commission looking at all of those data points and those studies and when they were published and when those articles that you read them, when they were published. If it's using current data, we respectfully request that you look at that as well. Oh, absolutely.
If you can provide it to the whole committee, please.
We'll
Thank
certainly
you.
do that.
Any other questions for this witness? Seeing none for these, thank you very much for being with us today. This actually concludes the bill's hearing on House Bill 1068. Excuse me? Oh, did I forget? No, 1 second. I forgot a virtual person. Can you let her in, please? Thank you. Just remind me. Okay, thank you. We have one more witness, virtual witness for 1068. Good afternoon, sir. Will you be so kind and start your testimony, Mr. Harkins?
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the committee. My name is Brian. I am Senior Director of Public Policy with Microsoft, and I'd like to thank you for the opportunity to testify. We support House Bill 1068, and we thank you and Delegate Kaiser for your leadership in considering the bill. We at Microsoft have great confidence and optimism that dramatic improvements in AI will provide tremendous benefits across society in the years to come. But we also recognize that the increased use of AI poses a wide range of potential challenges, and that we have a responsibility to ensure that it is developed, deployed, and used responsibly, ethically, and safely. And for those reasons, we support the creation of a commission to examine both the promise and the potential pitfalls that the next generation of AI may bring. That work ought to include not only an exploration of the range of potential use cases across various sectors, of how the technology can serve not just narrow interests, but society broadly, but also an examination of potential harms that the use of AI could bring, as well as an analysis of how existing laws may protect against those harms and of where new laws might be necessary. We applaud the fact that the commission would include a broad range of different stakeholders. We think it will be important for the commission to receive input from experts across government, civil society, industry, and academia. So thank you for your consideration, and we urge a favorable report.
Thank you for your testimony. Are there any questions for this witness? Seeing none, thank you very much for being with us today and for being patient, okay? This actually does conclude the bill hearing on House Bill 1068. For those of you that are waiting for the last two bills, I just want to say thank you for being patient, okay? We're now going to go on to House Bill 1060, Delegate Kaiser, Cremation's Natural Organic Reduction Regulations. And House Bill 1060.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I do have my panel of two here. Thank you so much. To my colleagues, this is quite an unusual bill for me. When Mr. Gardner to my left called me on the bill introduction deadline date, I thought, well, I'll put the language in for you, but I'm certainly not going to introduce this bill. You'll have to find somebody else. And as I thought more about it over that weekend, I became more interested by it. So this bill is about natural organic reduction. So I have another part of my opening, but I should first start as I always should, which is thank you, Madam Chair, Pena Melnick, and esteemed members of the committee. It's my pleasure to come before you today on House Bill 1060, Cremation's Natural Organic Reduction Regulations. I have to be honest with you. I'm traditional in some ways. I'm Jewish. I'm going to be buried in a simple pine box like all of my ancestors before me. Yet, it is also my religious belief that I should never try to impose my religion on anyone else. And what I believe natural organic reduction will do as an option for people who want to have another choice at death, for, which is a sustainable alternative to cremation or burial. So I am, again, quite fascinated by this issue. Let me give you a little bit more. You'll have two experts that are with me. Natural organic reduction, or NOR, gently transforms human remains into soil in 4 to 6 weeks. The process uses large vessels to hold human remains, which are combined with straw, wood chips, and other natural materials. The decomposing process creates heat of over 130 degrees, which kills viruses, bacteria, and pathogens. It's environmentally sound. It is quite popular in surveys. It is also happening in other states across the nation, so it is indeed workable. There are amendments to this bill in the drafting and some confusion that I had, but ensuring whether it's our Office of Cemetery Oversight or our Funeral and Morticians Board, and there's overlapping roles that they have. So there's some amendments related to that of who would be in charge here. But I do think that this bill simply provides another option for people of what they wish for themselves with their remains after they pass. So I thank you, Madam Chair, and to everyone, I urge a favorable report on House Bill 1060.
Thank you for your testimony today. Who will be next?
Madam Chair, members of the committee, Delegate Kaiser, thank you for the opportunity to have this conversation. My name is Lily Berkeley. I'm a licensed mortician in Maryland, DC, and Virginia. I've worked in funeral homes for nearly the past 10 years, mostly on the Maryland side, serving all different kinds of families. And I'm here today to represent what I like to call my green families. And these are the families who've been looking for greener funeral options for so long. Options in the state of Maryland have not been updated since the Civil War, and this bill could help do that. Just 3 main points. This bill is about choice, so it's not about removing any of the current practices. Fire cremation, embalming, all of those are necessary and they should remain. It's just about adding one greener option to the menu here. The National Funeral Directors Association will tell you that 60%, the majority of consumers, are looking for greener funeral options. They will also tell you that they are projecting the cremation rate in Maryland to go up to 75% by 2040. So we've got a big demand for greener options, and we've got a soaring cremation rate. Natural burial, green burial, I love it, but it's not going to solve this problem alone, and that's why we want this bill passed. Many people in this state don't want their final act to be one that will deliver a half ton of carbon into the atmosphere like fire cremation. Many Marylanders are trying to live more sustainable lives, and we ask you to please give a favorable report on this bill so that they can choose to die a more sustainable death. Thank you.
Next, please.
Good evening, or good afternoon, well, I guess it's afternoon. Madam Chairman and members of the committee, it's my first time in HGO under your gavel, and I'm very happy to be here. My name is Adrian Gardner. I'm a founder of a company called Green Legacy that is trying to bring this option to Maryland. And I will be prepared to talk about the amendments if anyone's interested in that. But I thought that I wanted to just tell you what brought me here today, other than Raoul Boulevard. A year ago this week, I was taking my mother to have an MRI. And the result of that test let us know that the treatment she was receiving was not working. And she ultimately died in June. And I can tell you that she had a fabulous funeral. It was really magnificent, and we're doing okay. Our family's doing okay. But the point that I wanted to make is I was doing something else a year ago. I was a funeral consumer, and I was looking for green options, and I heard a TED Talk that was about natural organic reduction. And zooming forward to now, I recently retired after 20 years of being a lawyer for a public agency in this state, and I've decided to do something about the problem because I didn't find very many options. I don't want to say that this would have been the option for my family because it wouldn't have worked. My mother was going to be buried in Arlington, but it could have worked there is my point. But it wasn't even an option. So I guess the reason I'm here today, and my business partner, Lily Berkeley, who you just heard from, the reason I'm here is because I actually want my son to have this option for me. I want my nieces and my nephews. I want the next generation to have this option. And I really haven't heard a good reason yet why they shouldn't. So I ask you to vote green.
That was cute. Delegate Hutchinson.
Speaker, and Adrian, thank you for being here. When I first heard about this, you dropped off something in my office, and I thought, oh my gosh, I've seen it all. This is morbid, this is odd. And you came and you met with me, and we had an enjoyable conversation. And my takeaway from that was, no, I just met an entrepreneur who sees a need in the market and has a very clean environmental way to address it, and there clearly is a need. So from a business standpoint, is this a growing or a dying business?
One more.
Stand by, that wasn't my question.
Both.
That wasn't my question.
Thank you, Delegate Hutchinson. I needed that, actually.
I think everyone needed it.
Yes, yes.
But Delegate Kaiser, you said a couple other states have this. What's your market research showing in terms of the demand here in Maryland and for you to invest your time, money, resources, and capital into doing something like this?
Well, I guess when there are so few options, there really aren't any options. I mean, there are other green burial, but for example, if somebody has a loved one that's already in a family area of a cemetery, and it's not a green cemetery, there aren't any real green options in Maryland, not currently being provided. So you're asking me about the marketplace, and I'm telling you we're in a marketplace where other than green burial going into a cemetery where there are no grave liners or that sort of thing, there isn't anything. So we're here. We're not the only company that's interested. There are other companies that are interested in doing this in Maryland, but we want to be the first because we know that the families need it. And Ms. Berkeley was talking about the numbers of people that she's dealt with, including a recent person who needed to send their loved one all the way to North Carolina so that they could have a green option.
Okay. Delegate White.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Delegate Kaiser and panelists, for your testimony. I wanted to inquire about the letter of concern from the Board of Morticians and Funeral Directors, and if you have seen that, and I believe you mentioned that there are amendments. I wanted to know if those amendments address those concerns, specifically around, the role that they may see with the Department of MDE in particular. So just wanted to see if you could expound upon that.
I'll be happy to begin the conversation, and thank you for that question, Delegate White. I would say it this way. One of the reasons that we worked on these amendments was to address some of the concerns that we heard at their meeting. And so one of the amendments basically do two things. Maryland, since, I guess, 2010, has had two agencies responsible for regulating crematories. Initially, the bill would not have allowed both of them to also license and regulate natural organic reduction. So one element of the amendments responsive to both of the agencies was to include both of those agencies so that both agencies can continue their current practice of regulating crematories together with identical regulations. That's one element. The other element of the amendments is to include a little more meat on the detail of what can be regulated. So you will find registration requirements, operating requirements, training requirements, and handling of soil as potential areas that both boards can regulate. And that is in part to create an environment where the regulators have more detail. And that was one of the questions. So I think that was intended to be responsive to not just the board, but also to an affiliation of funeral consumers who wanted to have that more detail. And so I think that it should address most of the concerns.
My pleasure. I have next Steve Johnson.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, panel. I have a question. It says organic reduction, and forgive me if you've already said it, but I was trying to read through the bill. But it says accelerated conversion of human remains. So are there chemicals involved, or how do they get to the accelerated?
There's no chemicals involved. So all of us have our gut bacteria with us right now. And if any of us were to leave in this moment, our gut bacteria are ready to take us down. So it's a completely natural process. What you're doing is you're controlling moisture, you're controlling, so you're providing organic material, and you're taking advantage of all of the bacteria that already exist within our bodies. That bacteria actually creates heat as it's breaking us down. And that heat is what will kill pathogens within our bodies as well. So it's a completely natural process that takes advantage of our own natural bacteria, but regulates temperature and moisture and adds additional organic material.
Thank you. Delegate Martinez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a lot of questions, but I will only ask one. What is the process, I guess, once the person is converted to soil or broke down to soil? Is that left at the folks, or is it given to the family? Is that then put on the market to sell? Like, what are we going with this?
So, just like with fire cremation, the family is given back cremated remains, which is really crushed bone, and you're given back all of the bone. It's normally it's about a sack of sugar. That's how I think about it, 6 to 10 pounds, okay? With natural organic production, the family also has the choice to receive back the soil. Now, the way it's being done right now is typically a family is getting a portion of the soil, and then the remaining soil can either be donated to a conservation forest, which will then continue to feed more life in that forest, or if they're able to pick up all of the soil, because you get about a truck bed of it, they are able to take all of it back with them.
Delegate Woods.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and whoever wants to answer the question. I wanted you to talk more about how those remains can be used to help our environment. Well, I guess that's my one question.
Yeah. Thank you.
I thought maybe I'd be okay because she was talking. And
I
got myself caught, y'all. I got myself caught.
In the back. You're going to appreciate it next week when we're here till like midnight on bills.
I appreciate it now.
It might be worth some cookies, I don't know. But, what I would say is that one of the interesting things is that different companies that are starting this are doing it in slightly different ways. And so some companies are allowing people to take a portion, but families who can use it have the option of creating anything that's sort of organic and, wildflowers. They can use it for scattering. Interestingly enough, what happens with cremated remains is that people often don't have a ready use for them, and there's a lot of cremated remains that are sitting on mantles all over this country. I learned that when I became, in my journey here, a certified cremation operator. And the point of that is that with soil, you can, if you have a special place for your family, you can take that soil and plant a new tree. people, as Ms. Berkeley said, are using it in conservation forests because it is fertile. And we're going to have a chance, I think, to speak with Katrina Spade, the person who invented this process, who I believe is here and available in a moment. So you might want to ask her that as well.
Delegate Lewis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Delegate Kaiser and your panel. I'm curious, are there any people who would be ineligible to take advantage of this procedure?
Yes.
People who are alive.
Should I take that answer? Okay, I'm going to, just because it's Delegate Lewis, go ahead and answer. I'm going to allow it. Go ahead and answer because she wasn't expecting that. It caught her by surprise. Go ahead.
Yes, and this would be the same for embalming too, because embalming doesn't neutralize this pathogen either. But people who are dying of prion diseases, those are typically protein diseases found in the brain. In humans, we know it as Crutchfield-Jacobs. In animals, we know it as mad cow disease. So that's an example of somebody who would not be a candidate for it. But embalming also does not neutralize those prions. I know that tuberculosis can be something of concern as well. That also goes the same when you're embalming someone with tuberculosis. So it sort of addresses the same things that embalming addresses in that way.
I have Delegate Taveras, followed by Lopez.
Thank you. Thank you for this bill. At first, I was a little concerned, but then now that I spoke with Mr. Gardner, it made me understand better the bill. So what's the price point on this? Because I know what cremation has a lot of damage to the environment. What are the benefits in terms of the cost savings in green gas emissions? And what's the cost advantage in terms of of doing this process versus the other ones? Because it's still expensive. I just buried like 6 people. That's 2 years.
So, yes, so it's interesting because I think what it's fair to say from what we've seen from all of the other companies that are doing it so far is it's comparable to cremation. It is not comparable to what people call direct cremation. And direct cremation is essentially when there is no real contact with the person who passes. It is 1-800 cremation. This is a more hands-on experience, and it is not a volume experience, but I think the range for a complete service and the entire range of options, and you might ask Ms. Spade when she's here a little bit later, but it's between $5,000 and $7,000, which is less than the average. And Maryland's average spend on a funeral today is one of the highest in the country. It's in the $10,000 neighborhood. So my point is that it's not priced in a way that is, so far, no one has done it in a way that's not comparable. It is comparable.
Thank you, Delegate Lopez.
Thank you, and thank you to the sponsor for this bill and for the panel. I might have missed it in the back and forth, but does this bill also have anything to do with pets or animals that would go through this process, or is that in a separate part of the code?
That is not part of this bill.
Okay.
Delegate, I actually think that pets and animals are not regulated.
We're not, we got an answer already. One answer. Thank you. Delegate Rosenberg, followed by Bandari.
I'm going to do this as one sentence. If there is opposition to the bill, what is your response?
It matters the nature of the opposition. If it's a personal thing, I would point out that it's choice. If it's opposition from those who are the regulators of this, I would say it was. There was some debate at first of where it should be ruled from. So I guess my answer is that it's happening other places, and it's a choice that people should have. So best I can do right now. We can always talk again later.
Thank you.
Delegate Bandari.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I know it has been marketed as a more eco-friendly alternative to traditional cremation. I have a quick question. How can we ensure that this process is sustainable and does not have any negative effects on the surrounding environment? And how can we properly dispose the resulting swell if it contains any traces of harmful chemicals or pollutants, and what measure can be put in place to mitigate these risks?
That was 10 questions in one. Go ahead. Go ahead.
I'm going to ask Ms. Berkeley to make sure that she visits you and talks to you about this issue. But I wanted to answer it from in a few ways, in that in terms of the potential environmental downsides of this. So my understanding is all the pathogens, all the medicine in our body, all of those things, either they're first metabolized or they're no longer in our system after that month through this process. But I would also say that we're back every year. And so we have a chance to come back and say that if any of those things that you're worried about are discovered as being a problem, we could take that look. But from my understanding of what's happened in other states is that there aren't those downsides. But obviously, if they prove to be a problem, that we can address that in the future.
Tell me how many states allow this?
6 states have legalized it: Washington, Colorado, Oregon, Vermont, California, and New York.
Can you find out what has been the response in those states, please? Okay? Make sure that the subcommittee has it.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Are there any questions, any further questions? Thank you so much for being flexible as we had a relaxed discussion about this. And many questions, which is fine. Because it's new. So thank you very much for being patient with us as we...
And we have the creator of it as the next speaker.
Thank you. So we have Katrina Spade. Good afternoon, and thank you for your patience. I'm sure you heard it all, and so maybe you'll adjust your testimony now and answer some questions. Go ahead.
I will try. Thank you. First of all, thank you so much for having me, Chair Pena-Milnick, members of the committee. And I just wanted to share that I've been part of several testimonies in different states now around the country, and this conversation might have had the most good puns so far, so excellent work there. There are some good ones. So my name is Katrina Spade. I'm the founder and CEO of Recompose. We are a licensed funeral home based in Seattle, Washington, that provides natural organic reduction to the public. I've also developed the process of natural organic reduction from the beginning for about 10 years now. So I was the first to have the idea to bring this to the public, and it now has a lot of momentum behind it, as you can tell. So as we've heard already, natural organic reduction has been proven safe and effective. It's been used in agricultural settings for over 3 decades. And as a human death care option, it's legal in 6 states and has been practiced safely since 2020 in Washington state. I highly recommend taking a look at the regulations outlined in the Washington state by the Department of Licensing and the Board of Health. They're extremely well-written regulations and cover all of the questions and safety protocol that is necessary to safely operate. And then I'll just touch quickly on the energy savings. Our calculations are showing over a metric ton of carbon saved per person who chooses natural organic reduction over cremation or conventional burial. And so when you start to add up those metric tons, you can imagine as people decide they want this option over time, a really large environmental benefit brought from this option.
You can, you know what, there was so much interest in it. Go ahead and continue for another minute or so, okay?
You know, I'm wrapping up, so I'll just say that regarding the market and whether there is a market for this option, I think that it's pretty interesting to note that Recompose, based in Seattle, has a full third of our clients coming to us from out of state. We have had folks fly to us from as far as West Virginia, Texas, California, etc. So we're seeing an interest all around the country for this green funeral option.
Thank
Actually,
you.
I'd be happy to answer questions, but those were the points I wanted to make.
Well, thank you very much for being patient and waiting for us. I'm going to open it up now for questions, okay? Are there questions for this witness? Feel free to ask it. She's here, and she's the expert. Anyone else? Okay, Delegate Bandari.
Yeah, thank you. Seems like you are very expert on this one. Can you elaborate on some of the concern about like contamination of soil and groundwater, emission of greenhouse gases, and spread of pathogens and kind of diseases and aesthetic concern as well?
I didn't hear the last part of that question.
The odor and aesthetic concern that the process of decomposition can produce unpleasant and visual impacts, and which may be concern for nearby residents.
I'll begin there. The process of natural organic reduction happens inside of an enclosed vessel that is aerated, and that air is being treated through biofilters. So in all instances, the operators should be using containers for this process. In that way, it's really helpful to think of it like cremation. You place a body into a piece of equipment, and the transformation occurs inside of that piece of equipment. So there would be no visual experience for harm to anyone nearby. In terms of pathogens, the process of composting livestock goes back several decades in the United States. It's been very well researched as a process that can be used when there are outbreaks such as avian flu. The process of composting is used for those birds that have been contaminated because it is so good at destroying harmful pathogens. So it's actually a very safe, very good way of destroying those harmful pathogens and creating a material that can be used safely. I think I answered the whole question there.
Yeah, I think you left two. As the body decomposes, it releases carbon dioxide and methane, right? Both potent greenhouse gases that contribute to climate change. Do you agree on that?
No, we don't. If it's decomposing in a grave, yes, that's an anaerobic process producing methane. When you compost, that's an aerated process. The microbial activity, as it's managed well, means there's no methane production.
The last one, the contamination of soil and groundwater. The decomposition process can release nutrients and other compounds into the soil, which can lead to contamination of nearby groundwater sources.
So the regulations in Washington State require that temperature thresholds are met that proves pathogen destruction. So the material does not have harmful pathogens that would be let into groundwater. And then also regulations in Washington State require operators to do testing, third-party testing of that soil to redundantly prove that that material is safe. So there's no harm or risk that I see towards groundwater.
Okay, thank you. And I'm allowing it because she's the expert, right? And we won't probably get her again. So I am going next. I saw Delegate Chisholm.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Obviously, Washington State and Maryland
And then
are
Johnson and W.
not very comparable because Washington State's got a lot of open land space. So my question is, when you're talking about the machine, I think is what you said it was, how big of a container or whatever the bodies are being put in, so if we do it in Maryland, are people going to be buying warehouses to store the bodies so that they're obviously separated from other bodies?
So I can speak about Recompose design of our vessels. When I started this 10 years ago, the goal was to create a green funeral option for cities. Because as Adrian pointed out, we have beautiful natural burial. That's great for rural landscapes where you have lots of land, but it's tough to bury people over and over if you don't have enough land. So the process is actually designed for our urban centers where we have less space. And the vessel system that most operators use actually is stacked vertically. So you'll have an array of vessels, kind of like a little bit like an apartment building for the dead. That's not a very good example, actually. But so you actually got the vessels are stacked vertically to take up less space. It is specifically designed to be a throughput of each vessel. You put a body in with plant material. It stays there for about a month. then the material, the soil is removed, the vessel is cleaned, and the vessel can be used again. So it's quite good for urban centers. Typically, you probably, as an operator, would want a warehouse space to install the equipment, but you wouldn't need much more than for a crematory, really.
Okay, thank you. I have Taveras, followed by Johnson.
So you've been doing this for a while, so I'm real curious about what kind of pithy marketing do you do to advertise for this?
When I started the work, I realized that in order to get something that was so seemingly, what's the word, that could evoke a feeling of squeamishness, to bring something like that to market, I wanted to be really clear that this was about returning to the earth. This is about creating soil out of our bodies and being able to grow new life again or be part of that natural ecosystem. So that is the marketing we use, and we try to be really direct and clear.
Thank you.
Delegate Johnson.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
My pleasure.
My question is, how long does the process take? And you mentioned the filters. So is there any toxicity to the filters? And if so, how do you clean or dispose of them?
I'll start with the filters. That is, the biofilters are primarily for odor control. So you want to be scrubbing that air before it leaves the building so that the air leaving the building is fresh and clean. Biofilters, they are really sound fancy. It's a box that is filled with organic material, kind of like big kitty litter actually. Air runs through that, filters through that material, and is absorbed, the bad odors are absorbed on the way out. Sounds a bit fancier than it really is, but that's how it works. So no toxicity, it's about odor and controlling that. And then in terms of the time frame for recompose, it takes about 1 month in the vessel, and then our operators remove the soil and place it in a different container for about another month to cure, which is a composting term. Some operators take longer than 2 months. That's our number, our time frame now.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Any other questions? Delegate Woods. My pleasure.
A little bit about some of the natural products that are used also to prepare the bodies and how the families can be involved in that process.
Absolutely. At Recompose, we invite families to have a ceremony before what we call the laying in. The laying in is where we place the body into a composting vessel. So far, our ceremonies have looked like friends and family gathering, pretty familiar to you. It may look like a memorial service or a funeral you have been at. The difference is after the music, the leader of faith speaking, the family speaking, perhaps. After that, we place wood chips and straw around the body, flowers. If people want to place pages of books, we can rip up pages of books. Those decompose very quickly. And that kind of ritual has emerged with natural organic reduction. And then that person's body is placed into the vessel.
Can I ask a clarifying question?
Yes.
And what about using like oils to prepare the body?
If a family chose to, they could do almost any cultural or religious ritual ahead of this service. The one thing that can't happen to a body before it undergoes natural organic reduction is embalming, because embalming is trying to halt the decomposition process, and natural organic reduction is encouraging it.
Okay, Delegate Alston.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for your time, ma'am. I want to know, are there any communicable diseases that would survive this recomposting that could then be passed on? So like if the soil was used to plant food and someone had AIDS, is it possible that that could pass through the food?
So no, the pathogen destruction happens because of the temperatures created by microbes. Again, composting of mortalities generally is shown to be very good at destroying those pathogens. Regarding food, I think it is a fair and reasonable thing to have this soil created by humans not be used to grow food. That's my personal opinion. It's not that it's biologically unsafe. It's just that, frankly, from my perspective, if we want to get this to have wide appeal, it's probably best to focus on trees and ornamentals.
Any other questions? All right. I have one, and it's the following. In any of the 6 jurisdictions where this is allowed, are there any zoning restrictions?
In Seattle, Washington, where Recompose is located, the zoning is, the city looked at the zoning and decided it should be industrial, sort of like a manufacturing zone, if you will. And other jurisdictions, I believe Denver is following the same zoning rules as well.
Okay. And the last one, have you had in any of the places that have actually approved it, have you had any incidents of, or complaints from when it's not in an industrial, when it's in a residential area of odor or anything like that?
No, I don't know of any operations happening in residential locations. I think they are all in industrial locations thus far. It's, for an operator, it's a lot easier to maneuver. You want to bring, material in like wood chips and straw, so you might want dock doors, etc. It's unlikely you're going to find the building right next to homes. But I will say also we have extreme scrutiny out west by the Puget Sound Clean Air Agency around odor, and we've passed every test and every, inspection with flying colors.
All right. Well, Ms. Spade, I want to just say thank you for being so patient with our committee as we asked these questions. We're very grateful for your time, okay? We appreciate it. And I want to thank
It's been
those.
an honor to be here.
Well, it's been wonderful to have you, and you have answered the questions just, with such ease. Thank you very much for your grace. I want to thank the delegate for bringing this bill. We have one more person, and that is Sandra Baker. Is Sandra Baker here? Yes. Hi, how are you? And thank you for being so patient, okay? And everyone else is sitting there. It's been good for you, right? You have enjoyed this conversation? Yeah. You may even use it yourself one day. Go ahead.
First and foremost, thank you all so much for giving me the opportunity, and thank you for considering this bill. I promise I will be short and sweet. As a licensed mortician and funeral director in Maryland, Virginia, and DC, one of the biggest questions I have for my families is what green options that we can provide to them, specifically here in Maryland. And unfortunately, I don't have a lot that I can offer. I have had a lot of families come back to me and express remorse, knowing that options like natural organic reduction are available and that I could have potentially had their loved ones sent to facilities like Katrina's, and they would have been able to have these options. And they express extreme dissatisfaction at that. They're discouraged and they're upset that we weren't able to provide these options. So I would love to be able to do that for our families here in Maryland. Folks ask me about it all the time, and I'm just really grateful for you all to be here and hearing me discuss this.
And you wrote down favorable with amendments. What are the amendments?
I'm sorry, I meant to, when I had some issues with the website, full disclosure, I'm a little technologically challenged.
Okay.
So I think that might have just been a mistake of a keystroke for me.
Okay, well, thank you. I'm going to
Thank
open it
you.
up for questions now. Are there any questions for this witness? Seeing none, thank you for being so patient, okay?
Thank you, and thank you all for considering this option.
Thank you, our pleasure. This actually concludes the bill hearing on House Bill 1060. And we're on to the last bill of the day. You see a smile? Okay, House Bill 1160, and that is Delegate Collison, Maryland Pathway to Nursing Program and Advisory Committee Establishment. And I would like the following people to come over: Dr. Christy Dreyer, Mary Kay DeMarco, Fatima Tassi Maya, Dr. Jennifer Lynch, and Brad Phillips. Will you be so kind and come up? And I want to thank you for being so patient, okay? Delegate, you can get started.
Good evening, Madam Chair and members of the committee. So we're going to go from one type of innovation to a really fun type of innovation. At least I hope that's how you will consider this bill. Thank you for allowing me to present to you House Bill 1160, the Maryland Pathways to Nursing Programs. We've spent a great deal of time this session being concerned and focused on our healthcare practitioner shortages, and particularly nurses. And we've developed a task force and workforces studies, and we've looked at, letting people, giving people licenses more efficiently, et cetera. So we know that this is a huge issue. So what we do with this program is we offer both a short-term and a long-term solution to this. And I honestly believe that one of the most effective ways to address our shortage is to develop the pathway by which people can grow professionally. As I said, we've committed to addressing that shortage of nurses. We're also committed as a state and as this committee to help every Marylander grow to their optimum potential, both professionally and economically. And this bill kind of brings those two goals that we have together. The Pathway to Nursing program supports nursing students in their education career, increasing the likelihood that they will be successful. When this bill was brought to me, the concern that I had right away was to learn that 25% of our nursing students don't finish their education. And that percentage is even higher among Black and brown students. So we're losing 25% of our workforce before they even start. The research shows us that the reason this happens is that, nursing students often are in their 20s, late 20s, 30s. They may have families, they have other responsibilities. Many of them, so they start working. And they start working often as certified nursing assistants. And while that actually helps them to build their skills, they're making low salaries, they have a lot of responsibility outside of their jobs, and there's a lot of pressure on them. So what we're proposing is a program that would provide individualized support, some wraparound services, so that these nursing students can complete their pathway from CNA to a licensed practical nurse, and that's an LPN. And then after becoming an LPN, they can, go on, if they'd like, to become a registered nurse. We don't have to look far to see this kind of program in action, and you actually heard about this earlier. Baltimore County Executive Johnny Olszewski actually presented this program to us when we were originally discussing the nursing shortage. And so we know it can work because it's already beginning to happen. So what this does is what the bill does is create the foundation for the program. First, it's going to be an advisory committee that includes educators, community colleges, the historically Black colleges and universities, Black health industry leaders, and nursing students. And that advisory council will work with the Secretary of Health to build the structure of the program. And contingent on funding, then we would create the program in at least 2 community colleges in diverse geographic areas. And then we hope that it will grow across the state. I'm going to ask my panel to tell you a little bit more about this. I'm really excited about the opportunities. There is a fiscal note, but it's not gigantic. And I would suggest to you that it's worth every penny if we can meet our increasing needs of our nursing workforce. With that, I thank you for your consideration and ask you for a favorable report. And I will turn you over to whoever's going first. Christy? Christy? Okay.
Good afternoon, and thank you. My name is Christy Dreyer. I'm Vice President of Academic Programs at Cecil College, and formerly I was Dean of Nursing and Health Professions at Cecil College. In my testimony, there is a lot of data related to the nursing shortage. I think we're all familiar with that at this point, so I won't repeat it. But it's really reaching a critical juncture. We want to provide nursing care to the citizens of Maryland, and I think this pathway program provides some innovative ideas and paths to do that, bringing together workforce, education, practice, everyone that needs to be at the table to create a viable, sustainable program for nursing education in Maryland. Speaking as a community college administrator and educator, we have been at the forefront of providing excellent nursing education at all levels to a diverse population for many years. Community colleges are located in the communities they serve, and that means they provide the opportunity to educate a workforce similar to the population they serve. They have a long-standing tradition of providing healthcare education access to underrepresented populations. Providing excellent, affordable education that adapts to meet community needs while supporting our students is a hallmark of community colleges. Our students are often the most under-resourced and yet the most determined to meet their goals. There's no doubt that community colleges students are competent, and our NCLEX pass rates for LPN and RN programs certainly support this. They do, however, face financial and social challenges, frankly unimaginable for some of us, and I've lost count of the number of students that have had financial challenges and social challenges in my programs. The healthcare environment is evolving, and education needs to as well, and this bill could develop new and innovative pathways to support our nursing workforce. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair and Committee, for providing the opportunity
Your
for
name,
me
please?
Fatima Tasmia.
Thank you.
For me to talk to you about House Bill 1160, Maryland Pathway to Nursing Program. My name is Fatima Tasmia, and I'm a last semester nursing student at the Community College of Baltimore County, Essex. I've wanted to become a nurse since I was 10 years old, so when I got the acceptance letter that I got into nursing school, I was beyond excited. My excitement was soon followed by dread on how I would pay for all the new expenses that came with nursing school. During that summer, I worked over 40 hours each week to cover expenses. Even with working so much, I was still struggling to cover all expenses along with my living costs. In addition to tuition and books, there are additional costs that we have to worry about, such as test fees, software requirements, and even hospital parking. It is these additional items that often put us students over the edge. During a time where I should have been excited, I was constantly worrying about how to make ends meet. Although I have struggled financially during this period, many of my classmates have had a harder financial situation than mine. Because of this, many of my friends along the way have given up on their dreams of becoming a nurse. My friend who I took my nursing prerequisite classes with didn't end up making it past the first semester due to financial hardship. For people like my friend, if we could make the licensed practical nurse program free, not only could we help them achieve their dreams, but also help reduce the nursing shortage that we have in Maryland. I ask you to support House Bill 1160 because there are people out there who can accomplish their childhood dreams of becoming a nurse if financial hardship of going back to school can be lifted. Incremental educational opportunities will help more people come into nursing and ease the current nursing shortage in Maryland. I call on you, our legislators, to help provide support to those of us that need it. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for being here, and congratulations to you.
Thank you.
We have next Mary Kay DeMarco.
Yes, thank you, Chair Penna-Melnick and the committee members for your long day here today. I'm Mary Kay DeMarco. I am the Nursing Program Director at the Community College of Baltimore County. I'm also an active member and past president of the Maryland Nurses Association. I'm here, of course, in support of the Pathways Program, House Bill 1160. Just want to make a couple quick points. LPNs are really an untapped resource in our state. Their education time is about 12 months. This is much shorter than an RN. And having a stackable credential with the certified nursing assistant to LPN can really help the workforce. Healthcare professionals, even at this level, need to be educated by educators in a purposeful manner, and the community colleges can do this. The Pathways program will provide financial assistance for tuition, books, fees, just like my students talked about, and this will help these students who are working full-time, caring for children, aging parents, and other family members. I've been a community college educator for over 30 years. I know we can change lives, but that 25% of students we're losing need your help. Their problem is not due to lack of intelligence or hard work, it's lack of resources and lack of funding. House Bill 1160 is a win-win. It provides stackable credentials that are manageable. It will attract minority students with wraparound services and ultimately increase the nursing workforce. I ask you for a favorable report. Thank you.
Thank you for your time. Next, please, is it Dr. Jennifer Lynch?
Yes, ma'am. Good afternoon. Thank you so much for having me here today. My name is Jennifer Lynch. I am the Senior Policy Advisor for Education and Workforce Development for Baltimore County. I was honored to accompany County Executive Olszewski and esteemed representatives of the University of Maryland Medical System to this room just a couple months ago to discuss the state of healthcare in Baltimore County and our Public Health Pathways program. It's an honor and privilege to return today to provide a statement of support for HB 1160. The Public Health Pathways program that we have created in Baltimore County reflects many of the suggested financial and wraparound supports outlined in this bill. The program supports our participants from application through graduation, receiving full scholarships, tutoring, special test prep and professionalism courses, mentoring and case management. Our participants have customized combined work and education schedules and stipends that allow them the dignity to address their own workforce barriers, such as transportation, childcare, and housing. We are proud that this program has received national attention, but more importantly, we are proud that this program is resonating with our job seekers. We currently have 574 interested applicants for 30 available slots. We've heard from our other panelists today, the vacancies across our system are crippling healthcare, and yet in just 1 month, we have 574 potential healthcare employees. If we can replicate and scale this program in Baltimore County as well as around the state, we have the opportunity to stabilize our healthcare industry. We in Baltimore County have leveraged ARPA funding and private partnership funding, and we are ready to scale with additional investments. I sit before you today to ask for continued support from the state. We will certainly learn valuable lessons along the way in Baltimore County, and we stand ready to share them. We believe that this program is reimagining workforce development. It will improve economic mobility of our residents, as well as support the critical healthcare workforce shortages. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your time. There is a Brad Phillips.
Good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair, and members of the committee. My name is Brad Phillips, and I'm Executive Director for the Maryland Association of Community Colleges, and I promise I will be very brief. Just to get to the chase, I'm here on behalf of all 16 community colleges in support of this legislation, and I just want to emphasize the need in which we're going to have to address this critical workforce shortage in ways we've never addressed before. You have one of the largest generations in American history retiring en masse, taking their skills out of the workforce, and soon to be consuming healthcare needs at a rate that's unprecedented in American history. And you're going to see the number and the need of nurses increased exponentially over the next few years. We think this bill will help alleviate some of the issue. We're the state's largest provider of registered nurses. We have the most diverse students in our institutions prepared to enter into this field. And with that, just urge a favorable report. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your time. We appreciate it. I'm going to, I think everyone testified now, right, on the panel? So I will open it up for questions now. I have first Delegate Kerr.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
My pleasure.
Now, I'm sure Delegate Cullison told you we can only get one response, so. But I'm looking at the statistic that Delegate Cullison mentioned, that 25% don't finish their degree, and then some of you cited financial and social challenges. But I also have a 25-year career at the community colleges and taught many nursing students. didn't teach nursing. But they often reported to me that when they dropped out of the program, it was because they didn't feel supported. And they felt that there was a lack of understanding from their professors and as well as their mentors during their clinical experiences. Does any part of this bill intend to do some professional development with those offering nursing education to make sure that these students feel supported, especially during the difficult times?
Who's the best person to answer that?
Do you want me to answer? So Jennifer Lynch from Baltimore County, the Public Health Pathways program that we have designed has exactly that, those wraparound supports. We were very intentional about how we developed the program. So there's a couple of things that we continue to hear. One was that it was very hard to work and go to school at the same time. So we crafted a customized schedule in which our participants go to school 2 days a week. They have a 3-day work schedule, but it's a full-time with benefits schedule. We have case management both at the community college as well as professional mentor and case management at the healthcare site. So they're getting that wraparound support on both ends. We've also embedded additional professionalism courses, tutoring courses, test prep courses, so that people really are feeling supported along the way. We've also created a system of having all of those entities communicate with each other to make sure that nobody's getting lost. You know, somebody knows over here that there's a problem, but we're not communicating it on the other side. So while I can't speak to the specifics, professional development in the bill, certainly all of those wraparound supports are part of what this bill helps to support.
My pleasure. Delegate White.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And just simply as a follow-up to Delegate Kerr's question, if you could share more about the fact that, again, we see that our Black and brown students are disproportionately impacted in their in the ability in successfully completing. And so could you share about what does the faculty look like, and how are we ensuring that there's that necessary concordance and cultural competency that's reflected in the faculty and staff to ensure that, you know, equity is operating there in the particular space. So could you share more about that? Because I appreciate the wraparound support services, but in the delivery of that, I think it's also, you know, important to make sure that it's being offered and extended by those that may also share those same lived experiences.
So thank you for your question. I think it's a good one, and I'm happy to answer. I can speak for the Community College of Baltimore County. We have 3 campuses, as you may know, that all offer various levels of nursing education. We do struggle to hire faculty because salaries for faculty, particularly in community colleges, but at university level as well, are not the same as in the workplace. So to hire professionals that are credentialed in academia is a challenge. Nonetheless, I think we do have a diverse experience for our students, particularly our adjunct faculty who often go into the hospitals and deal with the students in their clinical settings. So I do think we bring mentorship in that way. Many of our programs also offer additional mentoring, additional office hours. And sort of to answer some of the combined questions, often it is too late when students come to us. When they do have issues, many are working numerous hours. They don't come to us for help often until they are already failing. And like I said, they're failing because they're doing all these hours of work, not because, you know, they're not intelligent individuals. So we do try to support students of all cultures. We teach cultural responsiveness as part of the nursing program because obviously we have to deal with patient populations. I think we do our best to accomplish that and try to help students and support them.
You're welcome. Any other questions? Delegate Gazzoni.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm sort of following on to Ken's question also. And I know a young woman who's in a nursing program at a community college currently. And I have heard her often talk about, and I don't remember what the right word is, but the sort of like when they're doing practicums, when they're actually in, and her feeling incredibly stressed about those because of being told that you cannot miss any of them, you have to be there. I think there was also, and I understand that this is a sort of challenge in and of itself, but there were a lot of times when the scheduling changed, sometimes on short notice, and so I just know that she was working a little bit, but she was incredibly stressed by that. You have to be there or you're not going to be able to pass.
I can also answer the way that Baltimore County is addressing that problem in the Public Health Pathways program, in that in the crafting of the very specific schedule, there's 3 days that are a work day, 2 days that you can do your academic work. But the other component that we are working on is really embedding those practicum and clinical experiences. So some of those can be accomplished, sort of on the work site, during the workday. The other component of really having those wraparound supports, the mentoring and the professional development is that if something's happening on site, our participants are taking their coursework on site at the University of Maryland St. Joe Medical Center. So they're right there on site, so that, again, there's these wraparound services, there's the constant communication between both our community college and our professional mentors on site to work through any of those issues and to come up with alternate solutions.
Delegate Lewis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you to Vice Chair Cullison for this great bill and to the panelists. My question has to do with the ability of students at the community college nursing programs to travel to campus to take their classes. I'm wondering what's and I'm thinking particularly about rural transportation, which is an issue that's come before this committee thanks to one of my fellow delegates. Are you finding that students are struggling in part due to transportation needs?
Well, I think Cecil County is pretty rural, so I can take that question. I think what we've done with a lot of our students is really tried to pair them up with other classmates who may have transportation. And that has really, our students often travel 45 minutes to clinical. For example, they'll go to AI DuPont in Delaware for pediatrics. That has been very effective for us. The other things that we have done when students come and tell us, and an example I'll provide is I had a student who in their senior semester with 6 weeks left was going to drop out of school because they had a flat tire and they didn't have the money to replace it to their car. So not only could we find funding to help the student, frankly, get the flat tire fixed, but in the interim, we could also pair them up with a classmate who also was going to clinical. So I think talking about wraparound services, I think we try to do that now, but I think there's a whole lot more that we can do. And to Dr. DeMarco's point, we often don't know. Students often don't tell us until it is very late. And I think the opportunity to have a program where it is the norm that they would have those services available, not the exception, would be incredibly empowering for our students.
You're welcome. Delegate Bandari.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. It's great to hear that Baltimore County is leading the state, if not the country, in innovative workforce development partnership to support high-demand nursing position. I wonder if the bill looks the other root causes of the nursing workforce shortages. Like sometimes it might be the lack of competitive salaries and benefits of nursing professionals in the long run.
Do you want to speak to that?
Sorry, musical chairs. Thank you for the question, Delegate. This bill is not about that, but we have a bill that passed on the floor of the House earlier that does exactly that. That studies the reasons, the causes for our shortages, and also examines a number of different ways that we can address it. So, no, it's not in this bill, but we have been working on that.
Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you very much for being with us today. We appreciate it.
Thank you,
Next-
Madam Chair.
Our pleasure. Next, we have Robin Elliott, Aaron Greenfield, and Aaron Dorian. Who would like to get started?
Sure, Madam
Yes.
Chair, I'll go
Thank
first.
you.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and members of the committee. For the record, Erin Dorian, Vice President of Policy at the Maryland Hospital Association. I'd like to thank Delegate Cullison for introducing this important piece of legislation. You've heard from others on the previous panel the importance of this bill, and you've heard from all of us over the last few years about all the healthcare workforce shortages. What's different about the program proposed in HB 1160 is this program seeks to address the social drivers that may cause a person to be unable to complete their educational program. Studies show that on average, almost a quarter of nursing students will drop out of a nursing program, most in the first semester or their first year. Supporting a student's ability to complete an educational program by providing a student with access to financial assistance beyond tuition assistance will support those non-traditional students in completing their further education. For these reasons, MHA urges a favorable report on HB 1160. Thank you so much.
Next, please.
Good evening already. Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair, Aaron Greenfield here on behalf of Leading Age Maryland. I'll be very brief. We're favorable with an amendment on House Bill 1160. We fully support this bill and the multiple efforts to address the workforce challenges you've already heard about and this committee has been grappling with for some time. We like this bill so much that Leading Age Maryland wants to be on the advisory committee, and so we hope that the sponsor would consider that a friendly amendment. And with that, we are favorable with that amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. Next.
Good evening, Robin Elliott. I think I'm your last witness on your last bill. And I am wearing my hat of the Maryland Nurses Association. Delegate Cullison absolutely captured it. There is an existing healthcare workforce commission that you all created last year. That was a bill by Delegate Kelly and Senator Beitel. And there is a final report due to you next December. And there was an interim report that kind of hinted at this program. We think that the nursing shortage is so severe and that we've heard so many potential success stories with this Pathways program that we did not want to wait to bring this bill to you all until that final report is due. This, I think, is actually the only nursing workforce bill before you this session. And as everyone has said, this really focuses on the attrition. I just wanted to highlight that in addition to having higher rates of attrition for students who are not white from Black and brown communities, there are also higher rates of attrition for people for whom English is a second language. And so thinking about really creating that pathway, increasing the number of nurses, potential future faculty members who are more diverse, that this is the place to start at the beginning, and we ask for a favorable report.
Thank you for your testimony and everything you do, Robin. Are there any questions for this panel? Seeing none, thank you for being with us. Okay, we appreciate it. So this actually concludes the bill hearing on House Bill 1160. This is the end of our work for today. For those of you that are here today, I know we have some pagers, right? Can you tell us who you are and where you're from? Can you come up? Oh, really? Okay. Oh, returns. Tell us your name and what jurisdiction. Who represents you here? Do you know? Let's start with you on the right. Your name?
Hi, my name is Josie Cho. I'm from Baltimore County and I go to Delaney High School.
So Delegate White represents you? Oh, no. I said Delegate White, no? Oh, I'm sorry, and Bandari and Shalega. There you go, all three. I'm sorry, forgive me. I just saw her jumping up. Go ahead. So what, you're a senior?
Yes.
All right, and do you know what you're doing after?
Hopefully, well, actually, I originally wanted to become a lawyer, but now I'm really interested in government. So in the future, I think I'd love to work as, I guess, like a staffing member, hopefully.
Oh, wonderful. Oh, that is great work. They do the best work here, I tell you. Who is next?
Hello, I'm Gabrielle Moore. I don't believe my representatives are here. I'm from Charles County. I go to St. Charles High School.
Well, you're represented by great people. And what grade are you in?
I'm a senior as well.
And you know where you're going?
I believe I will go to American University and study their CLEG program, which combines communication, legal studies, economics, and government.
All right, that's fantastic. Who's next?
Hi, my name is Oliver Song. I go to Wild Lake High School in Howard County, and I love Delegate Hill. I wanted to give her a shout out.
You have good, you have great people here. Wonderful. And you're senior? Oh, who is? Okay.
Neighboring district,
Okay.
Miss Scazzoni, yes.
All right. And you're senior going where?
I actually recently committed to Harvard University.
Harvard. Woo. That's wonderful. Congratulations. Wonderful. And how about you?
And my name's Tim Stevens. I'm a senior at Archbishop Curley High School, representing Baltimore City. I live in I do also live in Baltimore County though, so it's kind of like a. But no, and I'm looking to apply to the Naval Academy. Still waiting to hear back. I'll probably go for political science. So we'll see.
You know, you should ask your representatives here to give their congressperson a call on your behalf.
I definitely will. I already went through the process and all that, so I didn't get any nominations for the academy. So I'll probably look to go to NAPS.
Yeah.
That's all I really can. So.
Well, good
But
luck.
Thank you very much.
Can I just say how impressive all of you are and how beautiful you, you truly, represent your family, okay? Thank you, and congratulations for helping us here. Thank you. Delegate Martinez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We also have another remarkable young person here, the student member of the Board of Education from Prince George's County, Alvaro Serran-Ruiz, who is unfortunately a Senate page, but we will allow him.
You want to come over? Come over. And thank you so much for being with us. But he was here last week, I think, right? But go ahead. But Martinez was not here, so.
Well,
Delegate
hi,
Martinez.
everyone. Actually, my second week is the week of the 20th. So I'll be back. Don't worry.
And
You
tell
won't
us-
miss the face.
Tell us your name and where you're going to school and your year.
My name is Alvaro Serran-Ruiz. I'm not sure yet where I'm going. I'm waiting on Ivy Day this month. So this month's going to be, we'll see how it goes. But whoever offers resources and money, because paying for undergrad is going to be interesting. But yeah, so I'm the student member of the board for Prince George's County, and I'm from the 24th District.
Wonderful. Well, thank you for being here and congratulations to all of you and thank you for giving us your time, all right? Delegate Kerr has a question, right? Thank you, Delegate Lewis. Was that it? Oh, yeah. Go ahead. Yes.
So beautiful. You make us so proud. You look like Maryland. It's wonderful. If you decide to go to university in the state of Maryland, your reps, your 3 delegates, and your senator can all give you a scholarship. That's why you need to know who your reps are and be in touch with them, okay? If you go out of state, like to Harvard, I hope they have a big endowment and they should support you. But if you're in school in Maryland, we'd love to support you too. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate Kerr.
Thank you, Madam Chair. While we're introducing people, I'd like to introduce my shadow for the day. My wife Helen is here.
Wonderful. And you know that he is loved here, okay? Delegate Taveras.
If you are interested in policy, do look at the PPIA program because on junior year in college, it'll also provide some benefits going to graduate school, and also consider some of the Fulbright and the Charlie Rangels, because that'll also send you for free for your master's. Thank you.
Thank you, and I just want to say thank you to the committee for being flexible. I want to make a couple of announcements, and congratulations to y'all. The insurance subcommittee is meeting right after this meeting, and you know who the members are. If you will be so kind and just go, Delegate Vice Chair Collison will really appreciate it if you are in time so you can get out. And also, I would like to see Delegate Hill and Delegate Lewis afterwards, okay? And thank you for your patience today. Really appreciate it. They're not in trouble, although they're blaming each other. You can take, yeah? Yeah.
I just wanted to make sure that Mrs. Kerr was aware. Did you come with the credit card today because he's going to be treating us to dinner?
And cookies.
And cookies.
How about Delegate Olson?
Our school board member needs to see members from the Prince George's County delegation. He's here for work. He's lobbying you all for an amendment that we're voting on tomorrow.
Okay, great.
So if you're
I
from
have a
Prince
meeting
George's.
And then I'll come back.
Okay.
Thank you, everyone.